Call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions?
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Administration would like to remove from the agenda the item on the Robinson Cooley budget amendment. We think there's probably some alternatives and some adjustments we can make to the project to keep it inside budget. And we'd return to council with that at the next council meeting.
Okay, so we're going to remove 9.3.
Yes, please.
Shane, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'd like to put on the agricultural disaster for Cypress County.
So we turn that to 9.4, or do we use up 9.3 less?
9.4.
9.4? Lloyd, you had something?
Yes, I'd like to add the satellite detection system, the fire system for discussion.
9.5 satellite. Any questions or comments on that? Seeing any? Dustin's moving the agenda with the deletions and additions. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Public hearing. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing, please? Michelle? Vote. That's carried. Okay, my name is Reeve Hamilton. I'll be the chair for this. All comments will be directed through me. Administration will make the presentation first, following the opportunity for council to ask any clarification. The applicant will then have the presentation, if they choose to do so, followed by the opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification. Council will then hear for those affected persons in the audience. First, there'll be those who support and propose the bylaw. Then there'll be those in opposition of the proposed bylaw. All presenters must register at the planning department if you have not already. If any presenter is referring to a written document, including maps, photos, or reports, a copy of those documents must be left with administration. Bylaw 2025-17. Ms. Brown.
Thank you through the chair, and good morning to council. As mentioned, bylaw 2025-17 is submitted by Sam Gust, and the intent is to rezone a 3-acre parcel from Agricultural District 1, or A1 IDP District, to Country Residential District 1. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the Planning Commission for approval to subdivide the parcel. The existing parcel is 30.95 acres in size. The land subject of the rezoning is contained within the southwest quarter of Section 12, Township 5, west of the 4th. As is captured in the site photo, the area is situated along Range Road 60 and is capable of gaining direct and immediate access from this established public road. The reclassification area is currently vacant, while the remainder of the agricultural title contains an existing residence and yard site, as well as an operational dog kennel business. In addition, the property contains irrigation acres provided through St. Mary's River Irrigation District. As part of the subdivision application, the applicant will be required to work with the irrigation district to reallocate the equivalent irrigation acres, should the subdivision be approved. The surrounding lands are primarily designated Agricultural District 1. However, there are country residential parcels located to the southwest. Additionally, a light industrial subdivision exists over 300 meters to the south and is separated from the proposed rezoning by a vacant agricultural parcel, as well as the CPKC railway right-of-way. And there are no oil or gas wells in proximity to the proposed parcel. The site is located within the rural development area west and south of the newly adopted Tri-Area IDP, as well as within the Township Road 120 area structure plan. In terms of policy review, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan identifies that municipalities are to identify agricultural lands and limit fragmentation and conversion to non-agricultural uses. Under the implementation section of the plan, it states that the land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Under section 2.12, Rural Development Area West and South of the IDP, it states that the intent of the area is to provide for continued and expanded agricultural operations, excluding CFOs, and greater flexibility for country residential development opportunities where they do not conflict with future urban growth areas or home-based businesses. A vast majority of the lands within the west and south areas contain irrigation. The protection and expansion of irrigation in the area enhances the agricultural capabilities and productivity of ag parcels and is necessary to support the viability of agriculture in the region and to strengthen the economy. Reduced parcel sizes are encouraged to retain the balance of agriculture and other open space. Parcel areas are recommended at a minimum lot area of 1.5 acres, up to a maximum of 10. The Rural Development Area Policy West and South directs Council as follows. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section. The subdivision size for existing farmstead is based on the area incorporating a farm dwelling and accessory buildings. In this case, our site is vacant. The subdivision parcel has direct or shared easement access to the existing municipal road network. The subdivision or existing farmstead retains the same land use district, and the ag parcel remains the balance of the quarter section. Section 4.1.24 Subdivision IDP of the county's municipal development plan states that the county will follow all applicable policies within the IDP related to subdivisions for lands within the boundary. The proposed rezoning is also located within the Township Road 120 Area Structure Plan, which envisions this area as appropriate for commercial and light industrial uses. In conjunction with the amendments to the IDP plan, the area to the north of the tracks was removed from the potential service commercial industrial area, which is shown on the right-hand side highlighted in red. The Township Road 120 ASP will require updates and council approval by bylaw to coincide with the changes made to the IDP. This process includes landowner consultation followed by a statutory public hearing to be held. In the interim, in the event of an inconsistency between the two plans, the IDP takes precedence in the hierarchy and is the statutory plan which is providing guidance to council on this application. We did circulate to the St. Mary's River Irrigation District, and they replied that the property presently has 31 permanent acres assigned. The district does not allow permanent acres on parcels less than 5 acres. Therefore, the excess acres will need to be sold or transferred. So 3 acres in total will need to be sold or transferred off this parcel. No comments were received from the City of Medicine Hat or the Town of Redcliffe at the time of writing this report, and no comments were received from any adjacent landowners. The recommendation is that Council move second and third readings of Bylaw 2025-17. The proposed application for rezoning complies with the implementation of the plan of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, Section 2.12 Rural Development Areas, and of the IDP. I did want to speak to the irrigation acres just for a moment and just remind Council that the intent of the land use amendment at this stage is to identify, is this an appropriate site for a country residential use? Further, the irrigation rights and the work with the St. Mary's River Irrigation District for the consideration of the transfer would be dealt by the Planning Commission at the time of the subdivision stage. So at this time, Council is looking purely at, is this an appropriate location for the siting of a country residential parcel?
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Is there, are there any questions for clarification? Shane?
I got clarification. Right on number 7, page 7, that one. On the left, it's got Range Road 60, and on the bottom, scroll up, is Range Road 60. Is that it?
That's a 120.
But it's got on here Range Road
Yeah.
60, so that must be,
It's just a typo.
Through the chair, that's an oversight on my part. I do apologize. The north-south road is Range Road 60 and east-west is the Township Road 120 corridor.
120. Okay, gotcha there.
Anybody else for clarification? Not seeing anybody. Okay, does the applicant have any presentation? Just state your name for the,
You gotta turn your mic on, sir.
I thought it was on.
Sam Gust.
Thank you.
I don't have a lot of clarification. I just wanted to point out that we've been dealing with this for 5 years. We didn't realize it was commercial when we bought it. I had planned to build this, so we've been waiting 5 years for this to be able to be subdivided, in my opinion. And that's all. It's going to still be irrigated. I have to sell the 3 acres just to satisfy everybody. But the land is still going to be, it's my son's place. It's still going to be in the irrigation field, just whatever we have yard site in the corner of it, there will be out of the irrigation. I will be selling the 3 acres. SMRD said that they have a board or something where you could put the acres into for sale through them. And they would guarantee me $4,000. He said, the fella said, I'd be better to put it up for sale because you'd probably get more than that for the 3 acres. But like I say, it's still going to stay in irrigation. It's still going to be hayland.
Okay. Sorry. It's all starting to come back to me now. Did we not approve for them to build a house beside the house for them to live in
Yes, years ago.
years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens with that house? It just stays with
It's
the other one?
never been, we didn't do it.
Oh, you didn't build?
No.
Okay.
It didn't, we were going to build and just, it would be on my son's property, but we decided that with all the rest of the family and that, it wasn't really a good deal. So we backed away from that.
Okay. It's coming back to me slowly on that one. Is there any other questions for clarification for the applicant? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much. I will now call for any presentations from anyone supporting the proposed bylaw. I will make a second call for anybody supporting the presentation. Third and final call for anybody supporting the presentation. Not see anybody. I'll now call for anyone with presentations opposed to the proposed bylaw. Second call for anybody opposed. Third and final call for anybody opposed. Not seeing any. I will now call for any final submissions from those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Not seeing any. The public hearing, the public hearing for bylaw 2025-17 is concluded. No further submissions will be accepted. May I get a motion to close the public hearing? Lloyd is making that motion. Vote. That's carried. Thank you, Keith. Okay, we'll move into the adoption of the minutes from last council. Keith is making that motion. Everybody read them? Any questions on them? Vote. That's carried. It's not 10:30 yet, so we will go over to bylaw 2020-17. Hold on a sec. That's wrong on here. It's supposed to be 2025-17. 8.1. Ms. Brown.
Thank you through the chair. Bylaw 2025-17 is submitted by Sam Gus to reclassify 3 acres from Agricultural District 1 to Country Residential District 1. The public hearing just concluded. The recommendation is that council move second and third readings of bylaw 2025-17 with an alternative option that bylaw 25-17 to establish the land use bylaw be given second reading and that the bylaw be defeated.
Thank you. Richard has moved second reading. Any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. Lane's moving third reading. Vote. It's carried. 8.2. Dunmore Crossing. Who's taking this one? Oh, Kayleen again. Miss Brown again. Sorry.
Thank you through the chair. Dunmore Crossing Concept Plan. Cypress County owns approximately 160 acres of developable land on the east side of the hamlet of Dunmore at the intersection of Highway 1 and Township Road 120. At the April 7th Committee of the Whole meeting, Council passed the following resolutions. Number 1, that the committee recommends to Council to direct administration to begin immediately rezoning the lands to direct control and to advertise publicly or through an agent if required that customizable commercial lots or subdivisions are available for sale or lease. And number 2, that the committee recommends to Council to direct administration to immediately begin completion of an overall land development plan leading to an area structure plan and report the base plan to Council by July 15th. Council approved the rezoning of the lands to direct control district by bylaw in June. To further this initiative, a draft concept plan is provided for Council discussion. The purpose of the concept plan is to serve as a high-level overview or initial vision of the lands and assist to garner intent and direction before more formal planning and subdivision design occurs. A solid understanding of Council's long-term vision for the area will facilitate the ease of transition and further area structure planning to act as a framework to identify opportunities and challenges for the lands. The concept provided here provides a broad vision of a business park accommodating a wide range of service uses, including highway commercial, hamlet commercial, light industrial, and open space. The base plan is created with the intention of having flexibility in design to respond to market demands while adhering to an overall comprehensive vision for the lands. At this stage, administration is seeking Council's feedback on the concept plan to assist in aligning the project's purpose and intent. If we're able to pull up the concept plan, Leslie Ann, thank you very much. So what we've done here is in the dark brown, those are identified as highway commercial lands being fronted onto main arterial roads as well as the number 1 highway. On the inner side, in the light pink, are light industrial parcels. Rather more of a pinkish, and then with the light pink, hamlet commercial lots. We've shown this 2 different ways. Number 1, with a more dense type of subdivision plan. The lots on the north side of the service road of 3rd Ave, for example, are about 50 feet in width. So they are larger than what they perceive to be on this plan. But shown also in kind of the darker hatching is larger parcel areas if we wanted to accommodate more uses such as retail space, maybe strip malls that require more width than a larger parcel area. We're tying in elements of the previous Dunmore Junction concept plan in terms of intersection spacing, and the major shift is on the southwest corner of the lands that was previously identified as hamlet residential. We're proposing to utilize that land as hamlet commercial in order to provide local services to residents to Dunmore and the surrounding area. So very much this is just a concept. It's nothing that's set in stone. Looking for council's feedback, some of your thoughts, which will help to aid us in moving forward to further stages.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Does anybody have any comments to make? Yeah, I think it looks good. The recommendation to put it into next year's budget and start figuring it out is probably the best way to go. So we don't have it in this year's budget, so. Anybody have any questions or comments on it? Dustin?
So just refresh me on this, Kayleen, if you wouldn't, or Ms. Brown, sorry. The Hamlet commercial that's closest to the residential, that bare land that's in between, is that also zoned as residential?
Through the chair, on the west side of that parcel boundary to the west.
Correct, yeah.
So that presently is districted as agricultural district, but it is in the future phasing plans for the extension of Eagle Ridge. So long-term intention for those lands would be single-family residential.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah, if somebody wants to give me a motion, the recommended one or whatever you want.
I'll make the motion that, or go with the administration's recommendation that council directs administration to proceed with the preparation of an area structure plan for the Dunmore Crossing lands and bring back as part of the 2026 budget deliberations.
It's a motion on the floor. Any questions or comments on it? Somebody? I'm trying to stall until our girl comes back. There she is. So Richard is making a recommended motion. Vote. That's carried. Okay, our delegation is here, so we will, before we go into the report, we will skip over to the delegation. That done. Who is? We'll take a 2-minute break and then we'll come back. Delegation here. The floor is yours. You can introduce yourself just for clarification and turn the mic on.
Okay, I am Delta Hudick, Secretary, and this is Nolan Osachuk, Vice President of the Diamond Jubilee Recreation and Cultural Center of Jenner, Alberta. And we're here to present the facility upgrade proposal. So we have a long official name. During the presentation, I'll just be referring to it as the Jenner Arena. Before we get into our projects, I'll just do quick history of the building. It was initially constructed in 1980. I think we're a slide ahead. Oh, go back to, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, that's good. So initial construction was 1980. That included the ice surface, the lobby with the kitchen, and 2 dressing rooms. And then in 1984, they added on to the lobby, added a Zamboni room on the north end, and then 2 more dressing rooms on the south end. And then in 1989, front entry and storage room was added. So the original building has 3 additions onto it. Our original ice plant was installed in 1982, and then recently we had some issues with the ice plant failing, so we put in new headers and rebuilt the compressor just in 2023. So that brings the whole building to almost 19,000 square feet. So the facility itself is located in special areas just outside Jenner, but approximately 5 kilometers from the Cypress County special areas boundary. So you can see that in the top map there. However, the majority of our facility users are Cypress County residents, including myself and Nolan. We both reside in Cypress County, but we are on a board and use the facility in special areas. On a day-to-day kind of operation, we don't see the boundary line. We reside in Cypress County, but we use the closest facility in our community. And then in that bottom map just shows the closest hockey arenas. If we were not to have a building, we would be traveling 70 to 130 kilometers to a hockey arena. So this is our primary facility for community events. This is where everything happens. We have other community centers. They're quite small. Liquor sales are not prohibited there and don't have kitchens. So this really is the place that we gather and do all of our events. Next one. Okay, so for facility usage and events, so obviously we are a hockey arena. Sometimes we have curling, but for the most part it's hockey. So we do public skating lessons. We have a youth-sanctioned pond hockey team called the Cubs, and then an adult rec hockey team called the Bears. And those are the original teams to the facility. We also do a rec hockey tournament in Jenner called Jenner Rendezvous. We recently brought that back. During COVID, it went away and never got started up again. And then we just did it this winter, and it was an outstanding turnout. It was great to see everybody out. So then the Jenner School is also within walking distance to the facility, and they use it for gym classes 2 to 3 times a week. So that's also very well used by them. The facility is also the hub for the Jenner 4-H Club. That's where they do all their events and ceremonies. Their ceremonies can get quite large, so they do need a large facility to host them. You can see in that top photo, that is some of the 4-H kids, and then you can see the trophies in the background, so they keep all of their 4-H trophies there. So that's kind of their building to use as well. And then we have 2 main events a year. So our main event is the Jenner Surf and Turf, and that's an annual event in May, and we see between 300 and 400 people attend and come out for a meal and visiting and entertainment. And then a smaller event in the fall, still well attended locally. And then, of course, lots of other events, ladies' nights, watch parties, New Year's Eve parties. Just, that's the place that we get together and gather. Just this Sunday, we all got together there and watched the Stampede finals. And so it's our place to hang out. And then for facility rentals, we do private ice rentals, and then local community pastures will use it for meetings and information sessions. And then, of course, lots of weddings, family reunions, funerals, birthdays, any kind of social gathering. That's the building that our community uses. So just in June, we had, I think, 2 or 3 birthday parties hosted there. So lots of fun events happening there. And we keep our facility rentals very low. We want the community to use the facility, so our rental fee is very low. It just covers the cost of cleaning the building before and after. And even our cleaning fees are so low because it's most of us volunteers doing it and some local kids that we pay small wages to do it. So everything for operations is ran at a very low cost. It's all of us volunteers doing it, maintaining it, cleaning the ice surface. It's all of very low cost.
Thanks, Delta. So, Delta, I won't be as good a speaker as her, but I'll try to kind of run you guys through the challenges and the project that we have ahead of us. So, we kind of broke it into 3 phases. The ice plant, which we've actually been fundraising locally, and we've done it in stages. We've already replaced the brine header and the compressor. So the only thing left to do now is we have to do the condenser. We don't have a choice, or that rink goes away. So the brine has changed. I'm sure lots of the other local rinks have went through this, where we can't get the old refrigerant. So now to keep that, we have to update that old little condenser. It gets about 2 or 3 times as big, so we can accommodate the new coolant. So we don't have a choice. We've replaced the compressor, we've replaced the header, and now because it's leaking over the years, we're short brine and we have to do this condenser. So that is our first phase of the project, which we have to do this fall. We don't really have a choice to do that one. Next is the roof replacement. So because of all the additions, you can actually see that's actually what the roof looks like with the different colored tins, and you can see the seams, and they've been patched and caulked and sealed for a long time, and it's just not working anymore. So, and the insulation is actually it's starting to fall down as well inside, and it's leaking into our lobby. So the building is actually really good. The concrete, the steel structure is in phenomenal shape, but the roof is leaking, so we have to re-insulate and put an entire new roof on it. And then, that building's going to last another 40 years. But if we leave it and let it go, it's just going to be a mothballed big shed eventually. So the roof is the number one thing we need to do. You can see there, that's this spring. I think it was a 40th birthday party. We were there and it was raining outside, which was nice, but you can see it runs in pretty steady. So yeah, the roof, we don't have a choice. We have to do that portion. And then the third phase is the interior renovations, which of course we need to hold off on until we do the roof, because it would be a waste of money to do the inside. So the kitchen is the grill doesn't work anymore. Some of the stoves need to be updated. The big one is our entrance and our washrooms. We have a couple individuals in the community now that have wheelchairs, and they have to bring their own ramps, and they can't get in, and they actually can't get into the washrooms because they're just 1970s style doors. So we're going to reno our front lobby and pour it so they don't have to bring their own ramps, and then make the washrooms wheelchair accessible. Dressing rooms, we have plumbing repairs just over years that need to be updated. The boards and benches have just been, just from the Zamboni hitting them over the years, they've broken away and we've kind of patched them. So we have some miscellaneous repairs like that to do. And then our front lobby, because it is being used for more meetings and community events like that, we're going to actually expand the lobby, I think in the next slide there. So you can see where those viewing benches are by the glass in the lobby. Yeah, that top left one. We're going to extend it further. It would be to the left. So you can see it actually in the bottom right photo where the glass, you can see the glass viewing area there. We're going to extend it all the way to the right to there. Yep. So then we can open that up, because that long narrow room there in the bottom left picture is where all the 4-H stuff is and the meetings, and we're going to open that up a little bit more so it's a little bit more functional for community events. So yeah, why now? The number one why now is if we don't fix this building, we're going to lose it. And we got a number of quotes, and we think we can do it fairly reasonable. The big one is if we can get that roof and that insulation done, we can hit the reset on this building for another 30, 40 years. And if we let it go, it'd be hard in small communities like ours to get this replaced. The condenser, again, we have to do it. We don't have a choice. The way things have changed with refrigerant, we have to update to the new coolant, so we need to increase our condenser. The nice thing about that is through our own fundraising, we have replaced that manifold and our compressor, so it's just an easy switch. Yeah, and then again, there's a big influx into our community, and we need to keep these buildings open if we want people to stay in our community and live rural. Everyone's moving to town, and right now we've got a bit of an influx of people coming out our way, so we'd like to keep the facilities good so people are interested in living rural and keeping our schools open. So I think next slide, here's a bit of a cost, our estimated costs, which are a little more than an estimate. We've got multiple quotes for all these. Our ice plant upgrade, since we've done most of it, that is the condenser. And I think we did 4 quotes, 4 different condensers. And that's to go with the contractor we'd like that's done a lot of the other upgrades for us and services our facility. Roof replacement. So that is to do the insulation, remove the tin, remove the old insulation. Our community will take care of getting rid of all the waste, and then they're going to put new insulation and new tin down, and they're actually going to put that high ribbed commercial tin down. So yeah, that's the price for that, and then interior renovations as well. So there's our interior renovations and total project. So far, we have moved through we've been approved by the province for expression of interest. So this is going to cover 50% of the project. We're on to the next phase. Delta has everything ready. That's going to be going in July 30th. We've met with special areas, and they are going to fund up to $100,000 of this project. So we met with them in May, and they approved this. So we were meeting with you guys now, hoping to, with our other partner, to apply for the other 25%, and then we'll continue to fundraise to cover the rest of the project. We have, That's the funding breakdown. Government of Alberta, the 50%, the 184, Special Areas Board, and DGRCC. And then we're here, excuse me, talk to Cypress County to consider funding the other 25% of the project. Thank you.
Yeah, good presentation. Does anybody have any questions for the presenters? Not seeing. Okay, so there isn't any questions, but we'll go into deliberation later in our agenda, and somebody will be in contact with you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to 9.1, Q2 report. Mr. Jacobs.
Just make you sweat for a minute before leaving.
Good. It's first time up here.
She doesn't have a presentation, you gotta do it all from memory. There we go.
Security. All right. Good morning, Council, and through the Reeve, through the chair here this morning, where it's our privilege to present to you the second quarter report for operations, which includes the water and sewer and the roads and various other activities the county does throughout the year. This presentation will focus on the last 3 months. And this morning we'll start with Mr. Doran Jensen, our utilities manager, will start us off.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Council. First to report on is our Suffield project. It's kind of in 2 parts, the pipeline part and the reservoir and pump house part. Pipeline part, to date, 90% of the pipeline has been installed. Basically what's left is just the endpoints, and the tying in of those endpoints is all that remains there. The pipeline components like the vault will be installed in 2026. So the pipeline has been flushed, not disinfected at this point, so it's sitting there ready, and it's just the tie-in points at the end that'll be done in 2026 to complete that. The reservoir and pump station part, the walls and floor are poured and progressing. Right now the concrete ceiling rebar is being put in place, and the concrete will be next to be poured on that project. have some photos there of the various components of that. At this point, the project is on schedule, and it's due to be completed in June of 2026.
We have a question for you.
Yeah, I was just curious how many gallons or how much water does that reservoir gonna hold?
1,500 cubes.
1,500 cubes? Okay, thanks.
Moving on, 7 persons force main. The force main, same thing here. The pipe, 90% done. It's all in and installed, and basically it's the endpoints also on this and tie-ins that remain on this. So July 21st is when it's scheduled to bore underneath the railway crossing and start the tie-ins for the lift station, near the lift station there. Also on July 21st, as part of the project, the truck fill station will be shut down, and some of the work included there is a concrete slab that'll be heated in the wintertime so it doesn't ice up. There will be some pavement, and then this is changing to a pin and access and prepay style versus the coin operated that it currently is. So those changes will be taking place starting July 21st as well. For the water co-ops, East Cypress Water Co-op, this is located out in the Vinerville area. Currently, we're supporting the co-op by providing some options with upgrading their existing infrastructure to a potable water system. AEP is requiring them to operate on the code of practice, so they will be making some decisions on that in the near future as to what they can and can't do. South Dunmore Water Co-op, we continue to provide water testing there as per the agreement that we got with them.
Hold on, we have one more question.
Is the East Cypress Water Co-op the one that gets fed out of Vinerville, or that area?
Correct.
up on
Yeah,
top?
that's right.
Okay. How many, is there quite a few houses on there, or acreages?
They have 25 connections, 23 are active.
Okay, thank you.
Routine operations completed for the second quarter. We have 4 hamlets that have chlorine, gas chlorine systems. They were all serviced, completed in mid-June. Deficiencies and repairs to the generators were also completed. Usually this is a pretty straightforward type of thing, but this time around we had actually quite a few repairs and deficiencies to make, so those have all been completed. And then for Dunmore, this is the year 2 of year 3. So for Dunmore this year, 220 MXU meter readers have been replaced, which puts us at about 50% completion on that. And the stats, I guess, for the last page of this, really pretty low for us. The one that kind of stands out is the truck fill station, 23 complaints there. That is primarily due to our Eagle Ridge truck fill station. It had a small kind of leak that was spraying, so we got lots of calls, and it just took time to order the parts for them to arrive and then arrange for a contractor to get that fixed. So that's all fixed now and back to normal. And that's the utility report, if there's any questions.
Shane?
I got one, that water line that comes up from the river all the way to Suffield, is that being, when is that being replaced?
That's the military base that's replacing that.
Oh, they are.
So that's not
have nothing
that's
to do
not
with
a
that?
Cypress County project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Through the chair, potentially, Mr. Jacobs, would you maybe clarify and a little extra information on the Ralston line?
Sure, thank you. Through the chair, Ralston line, we've had a meeting with Ralston about the raw water line, just more them giving kind of a year update that that project is on their radar and for funding for this year. They have approached us with potential raw water turnout option along the way there. So we've been kind of working with them on the most advantageous points at this stage. And now's the time, as they're putting the water line in, is a good time to have a raw water connection for the future. So that's kind of, we're actively working with them on that one. Any questions? Yeah.
Shane?
The reason I brought it up, pipeline grazing would like to be, because a lot of that line goes through that property, we would like to be part of the negotiations and discussion, because we'd, with the drought conditions, we'd like the odd turnout in the pasture there for if we needed it.
Yeah, and definitely early on in the planning stages, they're just going through design, but I'm sure they'll be meeting with the stakeholders all along, landowners, leaseholders, all the agreements all the way along the line, because it doesn't follow the road allowance, it goes right through. So if we're in a meeting with them, we'll definitely encourage them to talk to all the stakeholders.
Thank you.
Any other questions on utilities?
Moving right along, Mr. Collins will present the operations.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Morning, Council. We'll start off with our renewable energy projects. We have Wild Rose 2 wind. There's 2 towers remaining to be built. Project completion is scheduled for fall of 2025. And there's been 9 road use agreement inspections completed, which also includes oil and gas as well for those inspections. So, also we got Jurassic Solar, LP Northland Power. The project is primarily located in special areas, with 1/4 section extending into Cypress County, north of Highway 544 near Jenner. Gravel hauling on county roads to special areas is expected to continue through September. Project completion is scheduled for June 26. And just a few...
Question here for you.
Question. Under the road use agreements, we had at one time some issues with one outfit. Are they cooperating now, or
yeah.
on all the road? Is everybody in compliance with their road use agreements?
Yes, Mr. Hawk, everybody's in compliance. Yeah, everybody's doing as they should be, and on our haul routes as they should be. Our industry coordinator keeps a hand of that. Just some stats in our transportation there. Just the big one is non-agricultural there, but that's anything to do with crane moves and over-dimensional. And then moving on to road maintenance, just our grading operations are ongoing as a part of routine maintenance. Graveling program is in progress. 6 of 14 areas completed, with approximately 50,000 tons hauled to date. And first round of roadside spraying complete. First round of roadside mowing is around that 30% complete. 2 rounds of mowing have been completed in our hamlets. Undeveloped road maintenance program is around that 40% complete. And our MG30 dust control completed on Range Road 65, that's south of Highway 3, and Range Road 52A as well, and that's leading up to short grass ranches there north of Dunmore, has been completed. And we're about 10 culverts in-house replaced culverts throughout the county. Moving on to our gravel production and site exploration. We've got the Dosh gravel pit presently crushing and producing gravel. And that we got slated for 50,000 tons is what we're putting up there this year. So they're coming along. And then we're moving on to our aggregate and compliance and monitoring. We got the Stony Hill pit. Class 1 pit application approved by Alberta Environment, which expands the size of the pit to support future needs. And then we got our Dosh pit, which is located south of Dunmore, and we got our Class 1 pit application submitted to extend the pit size for future needs there as well. And then we have reclamation measures there. We met with Alberta Environment to address legacy pits that either need some reclamation work or begin the transfer process back to AEP for lease land.
Shane?
Are we making progress on the pits in the Suffield area?
Yes, we had met
Some
with
members ask about it.
AEP there, Mr. Hawk, about the Suffield one there you're referring to.
So at what, so I can bring to the membership, well, what stage are we at for reclamation?
I can expand on that. There's lots of things going on there, lots of angular pits, and at this specific one location, I don't know what you're talking about, that location, but we're looking at them all in that area, and pits that whatever works remaining, we're determining that now, whether it needs to be more seeding done or if Alberta Environment needs to get out there and do a bit of an inspection. And there's some contractor that has a scale in the area that is currently needs to be removed, that they're in the process of moving. So yeah, it's in the beginning stages, and we hope to have a good plan here by the end of summer.
No, that's all I needed. Thanks.
Richard?
Question is, Stony Hill pit and the Dosh pit, are those ours? Like, do we own that land or are we leasing those pits? Just being curious.
Mr. Oster, they're leased, those pits. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to the oiling operations. We've completed 18 milled patches, approximately around 3,000 meters. And we perform blade patching on 20 roads, different roads across the county. Asphalt repairs completed on Eagle Butte Road, Township Road 202, and Range Road 52 up by the city landfill road. Sand seal scheduled for late summer on Box Springs Road and Township 132, the Long Valley Road is known as. Those will be through a contractor. And reviewing certain oiled road sections to determine if they should be reverted back to gravel.
Just wanted to ask you on the Eagle Butte there from the Little Plume straight south to Dosh's pit there just about. Is that any plans to repair that, the ruts?
Yes, we do have it in the works, sir, Mr.
This
Wood.
year, next?
This year, yes.
Thanks.
Lloyd, or Shane?
So on that Box Springs Road and Township 132, Long Valley, that's a sand or a chip? Or is it a finer?
That's sand.
It's sand.
Yes,
Acting more as a sealant.
yes.
Okay.
And moving on to our calcium chloride dust abatement program. Fall application period will be advertised soon. There will be a video outlining the application process will be posted on the website as well for anybody to see. And letters have been sent notifying residents of oil dust control removal in some of the areas. And just to move on, oh, sorry.
I just want to make a comment. I think it's great that the video is there. I've looked at it now, and because we're going to get questions asked about this, and then now we can, instead of trying to remember the two products, and just say, hey, here's what they're doing, and so I really like that idea.
Thank you.
Shane?
And I'd just like to make a comment on this calcium for budget time that we look at. I notice in a lot of other counties, they'll do the railway crossings and at some important intersections coming up to highways or four-way stops, they do at least 200 meters back for safety reasons, that we start looking at that and for budget purposes, my opinion.
And then we just have our transportation stats here, and yeah, nothing. The only one that really sticks out there is our other concerns, and that's just inquiries about Texas gate cleanouts, mowing, spraying, anything related to that end, and then our road concerns. That's our typical washboard complaints or gravel needed in some areas. So. And that follows up my end.
Any questions? Shane, you might as well have one more.
Might as well.
Yeah.
I guess it's just a comment under mowing. We're down south on the Range Road 50 it is, east of Manyberries. It goes into my property. Down there, you cross the Texas gate and it's all grazed, but we already mowed it. I guess what I'm getting at is some of these areas maybe we should only look at mowing once a year instead of twice, to go in just into fall before they're, I mean, it's something to look at down the road here, that we don't have to do some of them areas twice because there is, cattle grazing on them, and it's really no need to send them more down, all that way down there to do certain areas. Just something to look at, I feel.
No, I do agree, Mr. Hawk. Just we would definitely need to know if they're grazing or not, right? That's be the biggest, and then winter comes, and then if it's not mowed, then obviously our roads will get blown in. But
Yeah, we wouldn't have to do the spring, the early summer one, just the fall.
for sure, yep.
Any other questions? Or comments? Finally, it's empty. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll just cap us off on a little bit of an update on current capital projects that are run through our department. 3rd Ave, Dunmore. This is a carryover project from last year. Fortis is still on their books to have the lighting along the new alignment put in, as well as the intersection at the 120. And there's some minor drainage work to be done there. Dunmore Shelter Belt, we applied for a grant, federal grant, Municipal Green Fund there, and we're waiting for a response from that. So we put that on the side shelf there, waiting till we get a response. And we're assisting with the Dunmore Fire Station renovation with some project management there. And it's going rather well and on budget, so it's expected to be completed in 2 weeks, ready to move in. Suffield Waterline, we already talked about that. And we completed 2 bridge culverts over the last 3 months, so they went good. Some of the issues we find constructing in cooler weather and frozen conditions, we are seeing some issues, so we're kind of re-looking at our schedule for replacing culverts and doing them at a bit better time to avoid some of these issues. The 2025 capital projects, Bull Trail, we're just waiting for construction to start there. Robinson Coulee, we're just in the tendering stage there. Black and White Trail, this project, it had a bridge file along with it that was partially funded, and with some major road works. So we've had some issues with some just getting the land transferred and stuff before we tender. We might have the risk of it being too late to get it out to tender, and I don't want to be in that situation, so we may extend it to next year as a completion date to make more sense. Township Road 94, it's been awarded, it's on budget, it's a grading project, 10 bridge file, major bridge repairs, that's to go out to tender in August, and bridge and culvert replacements. We were notified that we were approved for 2 STIP bridges from the province for the total of $703,500. And we're currently preparing tenders for that right now. They are shelf ready. We're ready to go for them. So that's one aspect of being shelf ready. As soon as we get funding, let's go. Then we're reprioritizing some of the other bridge files to get completed. Desert Bloom Playground got completed and went successfully on time, on budget. Our salt shed replacement, tender awarding, waiting for construction to start. Sandy Point Campground water tank, that's complete, went well. And Cabin Lake washrooms, near complete, probably completed in a week. So that's going well. Dunmore Road rehabilitation, this was area in the Eagle Ridge subdivision. We had some spring blowouts. We had to do some extra work there to dig out some wet subgrade there that was causing the problem. We also completed out of this contract the intersection of Eagle Butte Road and 3rd Ave, right at the highway intersection. It was almost ready to blow out there, so same sort of thing. Asphalt, very thin. Surprised it lasts that long, but we dug it out, and they did it at nighttime to avoid, the busy traffic going through there in the day. So we had a good contractor to accommodate that. And the Irvin building demolition went well. You can see on the right there the additional parking for the little park off to the side. And we're just kind of finishing up things like seating and whatnot. So that's pretty much done. The intersections, the main intersections along Township Road 120, we're adding the luminaires as part of the capital project there, and about 50% of them have been installed along there. And that kind of concludes the capital projects. Any questions?
Blaine has a question for you.
Just back to the black and white trail, if that does have to get pushed off into 2026, will that affect the budget of the project at all, or?
I would say no, because we're focused, we have the approved budget for that year, so that project already. If it was to come back due to over budget, and we're going to design that project to be within budget, but it would be under that current budget year that it was already approved. So it's an already approved project.
Mr. Hawk?
I'd like to compliment you on, in Dunmore there where you're digging, patching it correctly, not just doing a skin patch over top of the asphalt, that you dug it out. Because it's always what's underneath, it's not on top. Putting down cloth, gravel, doing it properly, it's that we're not going back and back. I like that.
Thank you.
Who took Mr. Hawk away on us?
Yep, write that down. And just to touch on their shop and fleet overview and just the number of inspection repairs and the government inspections on their commercial vehicles. Just one of our mechanics took part in a job fair at Eagle Butte High School, just showing him the trade of mechanics, and spent a couple hours with them, and just wanted to share that community involvement. That concludes the report as presented.
Any questions on the report? I think we had them all the way through. So it was a very good report. Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, well done.
Reeve Hamilton, could we get a motion to accept the report, please?
We sure can.
Who asked the most questions?
Robin's making that motion. Vote. Who asked the most questions? Be a hard contest to beat.
Who asked the most questions?
Justin and Shane, quit talking and vote, please. Thank you, sirs. That's carried. Okay, we're on to 9.2. Faculty condition update.
Thank you, through the chair. Today we were just bringing some information on the Irvin recreational complex and a little bit of the work that we've done to date and investigating the facility with the information that we have. And then I'll start off here. The Irvin recreational complex was constructed in 1978. It's approximately 47 years old. An ice machine garage at the east end of the existing arena was constructed in '89. Dressing rooms were added on the main floor at the southwest end of the hockey rink in 1990. And the facility includes hockey rink, curling rink, lounge, dressing rooms, and kitchen facility. The facility is managed and operated by the Irvin Agricultural Society. In 2019, a building assessment was completed by a consultant for the facility. The assessment included a review of the major structural and electrical and mechanical systems for the building. The report then provided recommendations for replacements and improvements to the facility. Since the inspection, there has been minor repairs completed, leaving several of the critical components pushing the end of life. In July 2025, the same consultant recently completed a site visit to review the conditions that were in the report originally and update the cost estimates that was part of that original report. They reached out to the rink experts, Tormount and Simcoe, to perform a cursory review to give us some high-level numbers for planning purposes for the ice plant. 2 additional building studies are currently underway for that building. One is the hazard assessment to look at any of the asbestos and whatnot, and that's part of the planning process, so that's being done as we speak. And a full condition assessment report. This was part of our full program, really detailed, going into mechanical systems to end of life and calculating a 25-year horizon for different things. So that's part of our ongoing condition assessments. A summary of the recommendations from the 2029 report are, and I'll just touch on some of them, is the hockey rink facility. So this gives you some high-level numbers. And when I say the facility, this is mainly the ice slab, demolition of the existing slab, earthworks and concrete works, steel, refrigeration pipe. Anything to do with the slab is $1.35 million. Typical ice plant is about $1.5 million. All the components for that. Building systems in here include replacing boilers, piping supports that were identified in the report, and some exhaust systems. Electrical system, talked about the replacement of the fire alarm system and upgrading the panel. And just miscellaneous renovations for the facility included about $250,000, just looking at the whole facility to update. Structural was about $25,000. Preliminary information from the report indicated that the structure is in good shape. We're still waiting on the final report for that. But just highlighting some of the conditions. So Joe here will be just touching on a few of the immediate needs for the building.
Thank you, General Manager Jacobs. So the Community Association did bring in a contractor to have a look at the ice plant itself, including basically the compressors, the condensers, and then the lines into the headers, both on the curling rink side and the hockey rink side. They've produced some quotes, and that's included in front of you there. Total, when we did put on some contingency, just knowing those quotes are a little bit older too, so of about $220,000. In terms of priority, overhauls to the compressors were identified by the contractor as being the most pressing, followed by the condenser resealing, belt replacements, and the brine filter housing. So there are some opportunities to shave back that $220,000 in order to keep the facility operational for another year, but the longer that those repairs go, the greater the risk of a failure and potentially a catastrophic failure that would take down the ice plant itself. I think General Manager Jacobs already touched on the hazardous materials assessment, so that, I believe, is the end of our report.
Is there any questions?
Mr. Reed?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would just like to add that the $3.5 to $4 million is a very preliminary number. Should hazardous assessment, for example, asbestos come in, these numbers will increase significantly. I'm not sure on a building, depending on what they find for asbestos, that could ramp up into fairly significant dollars. I think realistically, we'll be north of $4 million for a building rebuild. We would be asking council at that point, if we're going to do that work, the curling rink is not included in any of this. So is there an interest on council's part to include a refresh for the curling side as well as what we're currently talking about with the hockey side? Because currently this is just the hockey rink and the area surrounding the hockey rink. So I believe those numbers will be higher than what we're indicating. In terms of the current work, Mr. Cartwright is correct. There is some stuff that is fairly urgent. There are some things on the list that are not. And I would suggest to council that any money that got spent now, if council decided for next year or the year after to do a major rebuild, that money would likely only be used now to keep it operating for the next several years. But a rebuild would probably, that money, we wouldn't see long-term out of that money. If we repair stuff now and then we put in a new ice plant, that money would be just been spent on the repairs.
But those repairs are needed for this year for that ice plant to run, correct? But not all of that list.
Through the chair to council, that is correct. I would recommend, I guess, that as part of a repairs that we would, obviously our contractor would do kind of an updated assessment based on these quotes are already a bit stale dated. They were back from March. So having those updated costs and the updated scope of that would then give us the best chance for getting the most life out of that ice plant for both the curling and the hockey rink side.
So I guess another comment, I guess I would say, is watching Redcliffe deal with theirs, they're doing their upgrade. It's taken a year for that to take place. So even if we decided today that we were going to put a whole new plant in, there's no way we would get it in for this year.
That's
correct. So if this was pushed forward to the strategic planning in September, would probably be a good place for it to go to look at what we're going to do. But we need to come up today with the idea for, are we going to have this thing run this year or not? Shane?
Well, I say absolutely we're going to have this plant running this year. This rink going, we got money sitting in our community aggregate payment there to do the repairs that are necessary. That, I went through a lot of hassle of bringing that levy forward. It was not meant to sit there and just grow. It is to be used on certain facilities or kids stuff, where a lot of kids, use that rink a lot. And I know a lot of kids that use it. So I think we got the money sitting there for that, to make sure that rink is up and running this year.
Blaine?
Well, I would suggest we do the same, and I would think we should look at the whole building, the curling rink side as well. And then, like you said before, have it put in the study that we can take it to the strategic planning to decide, where we go with this, with the building in general, and how we're going to continue to enhance it.
Lloyd?
Well, yeah, just going through this, and I have to echo with my partners down there. I agree that we should be doing it and finding the funds.
Mr.
I
Reeve?
think the funds are there. Hold on one sec. Al? Mr. Hogan?
For clarity's sake, the numbers that we have got and the quotes that were received, we didn't get them ourselves through the county. They were provided to us by the Urban Recreation Society. We are probably going to go out and do a little of our own research. These numbers may change. We may find things we don't have to do. We might find other things we have to do. So we are going to take a couple of weeks to do a deep dive ourselves to make sure that we're putting money where it would be best served, and at the same time not doing things that would only end up being undone and redone should we do something with the facility as a whole. So currently we're asking for the 220, but I would suggest that we are going to do a bit of a deeper dive into this ourselves to try to reduce that number and do only those things that are critical to keep it operating until council determines the service level for that building and what we want to do long term. Because right now we're just going off the paperwork that was submitted to us from the Rec Society, and I think if we're going to spend upwards of $250,000, it would behoove us to do our own due diligence and to find out what exactly needs to be done and has to be done and would be nice to be done. So these numbers may change slightly, and if there's any major changes or significant changes, they'll certainly come back to council for at least information or for a further decision.
Blaine and then Michelle. Or do you want Michelle to go first? Michelle?
I'm just curious, is there enough money in the community aggregate fund to cover this?
890,000.
Sorry, my dyslexia kicked in and I only saw 86.
Blaine?
To the chair, so with saying that CEO Hogan just expressed, we're not approving this 220,000 right now, or why wouldn't we come back with an actual budgetary item on how we're going to fix this up for this current year, and then we can approve that at that time? Why would we approve 220,000 when we might need more and we might need less?
Through the chair, and I've obviously deferred to CAO Hogan, timing would be starting to be an issue. ICE typically is going back in near the end of August for the facility. So if we wait to bring back an item to council for August, we likely wouldn't have time to actually complete repairs prior to ICE going back in.
Dustin? Dustin?
I would just entertain making that motion to approve that 220,000 in that case.
The only question I have for you on that is, it says out of building replacement fund.
I think out of the community aggregate fund, we should take it out.
You want to take it out of that instead?
Why not? May as well use some of it.
Okay, so that's Dustin's motion, is to do the 220 for the repairs of the urban arena ice plant to the funds coming from the aggregate or cap. Okay, everybody's clear on that?
And Mr. Reeve, for clarity, to Councillor Bro's point, the point is well taken. And if we can find ways out of that 220 to reduce that amount, we absolutely will.
That's kind of what I heard out of that, is we don't want to put too much into it, but we want the plan up and running for this year.
Yes.
Okay, vote. That's carried. Does somebody want to make the second part of the motion, or do we want the second part? I think we need to look into it and bring it forth to this. And that council direct administration to complete a detailed design report for the reclamation faculty's update with an initial budget of 100,000 to be funded from the building replacement and report back to council. Blaine's making that.
I'll make that.
Oh, sorry, Keith. Blaine's got that one.
Yeah, I'd make that motion.
Any questions on it? Vote. That's carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. What are we at here? Okay, we're at 9.4. Boy, my writing's terrible. I can't remember what I wrote down.
The ag declaration.
Ag disaster.
Ag disaster, that's what it is. AD, I couldn't remember what that stood for. Shane, this is you.
Tis me. I'd like to bring forward a motion to declare Cypress County an agriculture disaster area. I know we had a bit of rain here yesterday, and my place only had 7/10. The amount of rain isn't helping the crops. A lot of the crops are beyond help right now, and what this does will helps some of these crops that are in really bad shape, the farmers, they can get it written off quicker through crop insurance, and you can maybe utilize and save it, some of it for feed before it gets too ripe. So it's no cost to the county. It's just to help out some of these producers that are hard hit. It's hard because the whole county isn't in a drought. There's a band that goes from County of Tabor and County of Newell to the west, all the way to the Saskatchewan border. The counties across the border in Saskatchewan, and they have already declared it. So I think we should declare an agricultural disaster area, Cypress County, and help out our farmers.
Michelle?
I will absolutely agree with that. It's my area that I get phone calls on a regular basis, but for this, I have had numerous calls saying that we have to do something for them because it's really, really dry out there.
Just to add to that, is just so people understand, it just gives the producer a chance to take it off earlier and salvage a lot of it for feed instead of waiting for the crop insurance. How it's written in their policies is that they would have to harvest it, and by that time it's really ripe, and it doesn't make that good a feed then.
Not only that, it's hard on the equipment to take it out there when they don't have to.
Okay, we have a motion up on the board. Shane, you're making that one? Yep. Everybody can read it. Read it out, Shane.
That council declares a local state of agriculture as a disaster due to compounding drought conditions, the impact of grasshoppers, and direct administration to form the federal and provincial ministers of the declaration. That's what I meant to say.
Good. Anything to say? Go ahead.
Well, I just like to support this action too. I mean, I wrote a long thing out that Shane basically said everything there was to say. So, I mean, I feel the same way. I mean, it's timing maybe doesn't look that great, but the amount of rain that was just received in these crucial affected areas is not going to help save these crops by any means. So this will give them the opportunity, like Shane said, to salvage some of these crops for feed, or it gives them an opportunity to make decisions best financially suited for them. Without doing this, it kind of has their hands tied.
Hey, Keith, did you have a comment up there? Or are you good?
Not really. I know the hills and shore are much drier than we are, and I'm presuming the south has a swath in there that's really dry. We did receive some rain, but it is dry. I was just talking to the fire chief in special areas this morning and contemplating what needs to be done on the fire site. So to me, there's still an issue. We received some rain, but 3 days of hot weather, we're right back into the dry stuff. So, it's certainly a fire hazard in 3 days of heat. So, and some of these crops aren't, they're not going to come back. They're done. So I certainly would support this.
Okay. Shane?
And just to note too, for a lot of these newer combines and that are not, even with their big headers, they're not designed to run through a really thin crop. It's really hard on them, where a lot of the farmers will say, well, I can't run my machine through it. I'll just leave it. This way, at least we can get feed out of it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. 9.5, Lloyd.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that council or an administration send communications or meet with the forestry minister on this satellite system. The project will end at the end of September. And I know Jason has some more information. I'm not gonna, I'll let him explain it, what's happening with it now, which is really good. At the Elkwater Community Association, I brought it up, and people are ecstatic about it. They just like it. And I've talked to a lot of ranchers down south about this, and they all want it. So, and I'd like to see the province take it over if that is possible. It is expensive, and it's just a very good program, and I hate to see it die if we don't try and do something and meet with the minister.
Sorry, any questions on it? Dustin?
I can just speak in support to it a little bit. Having this system for that South Country is a huge deal. We all know how sparsely populated it is south of the hills, and having the ability for that early detection of any kind of fire down there is absolutely astronomical for this county, in the ability to both scramble manpower and our rapid response teams that we now have through Halo and whatnot to do some circumvention of things before they could get out of hand. Years gone by, I myself, I've attended some big, ugly fires down in that country, and it is not great country to get around in anything, a vehicle or quad or a horse even. So anything we can do to take and keep that country protected is amazing for us, and going after the government for some funding, I think, would be very advantageous on this.
Shane?
Yes, I'm really in favor of this because I'm 30 to the corrals, 30 kilometers from a residence. So nobody's going to see it until it's really roaring. So I love this satellite imaging, and I am in favor of it.
Okay, any other comments? Do we have that motion? Lloyd, do you want to read off your motion?
And Council direct administration to request a meeting with the Minister of Forestry and Parks to discuss funding options on our tech wildlife detection to improve early wildfire detection throughout Cypress County.
Okay. Everybody knows what the motion is? Vote. That's carried. All right, we're on to 10.1.
Good morning, Council, through the chair. As you're aware that Cypress County has acquired a new home for both Box Springs and Public Works. With that, we thought we would do diligence to show some transparency updates about the things that are going to be required to meet the needs of both departments. There is no additional funding This is truly just a transparent request. We are within the approved budget. So there are proposals. Administration has reviewed the operational requirements for the required Box Springs Fire Station and Public Works Building. Funding is requested to support necessary purchases and facility improvements to meet the operational needs of both departments. Pretty much everything is kind of broken down there that we can think of. We collaborated with both Public Works and our procurement departments to get the best estimated quotes, and that's what we're asking for, is just approximately $120,000, which was already within the approved budget. But us as a collaborative, as a team between the two departments of corporate services and municipal services and PW, we thought it'd be transparent to bring back all the things that we are requesting to make this operational.
Dustin?
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Of course you do. Shane?
This, the insulation, that is for the Quonset, not for, the building is already insulated, right? It's just one item there, insulation 15,000. That would be for the Quonset, correct?
That's correct. Through the chair, that's for the Quonset to make it more habitable for winter operations for the grader.
That's what I figured. I was just clarifying it. I was just clarifying it for myself.
Keith?
Yeah, I was just looking through the list yesterday. The fire racks, the cord reels, the air reels, compressor, and the hot seat pressure washer. Did we not have any of that equipment today, or is this in addition to what, like, are we moving any stuff over from Red Cliff to the new building, or do we not have any of this?
Through the chair, good question. So the first one is the racks. Box Springs currently has no racks at their station. Box Springs does have electrical cords and hose reels, but we actually looked at it, and it's going to cost us more to take those down and reinstall them versus just buying new, because we have to contract those services out to come in to remove that, to reinstall it. So it's actually cheaper just to buy new and have it reinstalled versus the labor to uninstall it. And that, that's an extra cost. So that's why I have that in there. It's just, it's going to cost us more to reuse stuff versus just starting fresh. And then with the hot seat, that is a PW request. So we broke down the fire in PW, and the hot seat would be a PW request.
Richard?
For clarification, the $120,000 ask, that money's coming from when we approved the budget amount to buy the building and the property, and there was some money put in there for this upgrading, or are we approving another $120,000?
Steve?
Good question, Councillor Osler. When the number was established in closed session as to not tip our hand to the purchaser, which is a good practice in land, labor, and law, the original purchase, or the price for the project was approved at $1.7 million in closed session. We acquired the building for $1.55, so that allows for about $150,000 of improvements through that process.
Thank you.
It's just being clarified on that it's not more. You had your hand up, Dustin?
If I could make one suggestion to staff for a shared use thing that we should have found when they did the 7-persons one, instead of doing a portable hot seat, you should look at doing one that's a joint one that both fire and public works can retain the use of the same one instead of having to have separate ones. So might be a little bit more money, but it might be it'll be cost savings in the long run. Just what we noticed.
Shane?
When will the funding request come in for the chain link fence?
Through the chair, we are going to move into the building. We're going to try it out for a year to see what other operational needs are required. And then if we feel that a chain link fence is required, we will put that into the 2027 capital budget. And we'll also do a SVA security vulnerability assessment and get recommendations based off of that. And then staff will look at the request, look at the security vulnerability assessment. And then if we feel that's necessary, we'll put into a future budget item request.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to proceed with this, as Dustin read off. Any more questions on it? Vote? Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, that's all. Good thing you did. I was asking it too. Okay, that's carried. 10.2.
Thank you through the chair. This is a request that Cypress County acquire ownership of the Polaris UTV-5, currently owned and operated by the Elkwater Firefighter Association. And the unit will become part of the Cypress County Emergency Services fleet. This is the last piece of equipment that Cypress County does not own or operate under emergency services. We've grown a long way in probably 20, 25 years, and back then each department kind of fundraised, bought some equipment, wasn't as well funded and supported as we are today. So we think that this is there's something reduction from liabilities and for us to retain ownership, operations, and maintenance and have proper record maintained of this equipment. So the cost of the county would be to buy this for $1. We did some estimates on what Elkwater spends on each year. So our costs on the operational budget will be about $750 a year. We can maintain that within our current operating budget at no increase to Cypress County.
Dustin?
Through the chair, what would the replacement schedule look like on this UTV if it was added into the fleet?
Through the chair, we're looking at probably a 10 to 15 year life cycle. It gets used very infrequently. Most times it's used in the summer months for backcountry rescues around the ski hill. It doesn't get a lot of miles on it. It is well maintained. It's stored inside all year round. So probably 10 to 15 year life cycle, but I work with fleet to come up with a proper assessment on that going forward.
And then we're looking at probably about a $35,000 replacement on it.
I'm not a recreational person, so I cannot comment on that. I believe it was around 20,000, but again, don't hold me to that. I think that's what it was, but I could give more information and more accurate information and come back to council, because I'm not a recreational user at all, so.
I foresee that being right around that 25 to 28,000, and then plus the equipment changeover is where I added the extra to it, so it's just where I was kind of guessing at. Is that, I guess, through the chair to finance, is that something that we would be looking to fund at an accelerated rate so that it's available for replacement at 2029 if it's on a 10-year?
Through the chair, yes, if council chose to add that to their fleet plan and the replacement, we'd have a bit of catch up to do to put it onto schedule. So there might be a lump sum catch up to get in line, and then we would fund it just on its annual depreciation. So I just quick Google search, looks like a purchase price about $34,000 and outfitting, winch, etc. To make it a fire apparatus, I'm just going to make a big assumption, say it's an additional 10, so it'd be about $44,000, and whatever the age life is determined by the users.
Keith, did you have your hand up?
No, I just have a question going back to the box spring fire thing, but I'll wait till this is over.
Okay. Lloyd?
I'll move it for.
Moving the recommended motion?
You betcha. Yep.
council approves the transfer of the ownership of the UTV-5 from the Elkwater Firefighters Association to the Cypress County Emergency Services and incorporate it into the county fleet. Sorry. Question? Oh, Mr. Hogan?
Yeah, thank you through the Reeve to Councillor Vosser, because I don't think that question was adequately answered. At a $45,000 replacement cost, we'd be looking, because it's now 2019 to 2025, 6 years, we'd be looking at 6 times 4,500 probably to get caught up, and then probably $4,500 a year remaining, just to kind of put some numbers to it. And Mr. Taves did give some numbers, but in terms of what that lump sum would be, it'd be 6 times 4,500, so probably $27,000, $28,000. That'll get us caught back up, and then 4 more years at capital equipment replacement, about $4,500 a year.
Thank you for that, CEO Hogan. I could do some quick math too, but I'm not too concerned as it's not a huge dollar item, but just asking the questions.
Any other questions? Vote. That's carried. 10 point. Oh, what's that? Hold on one sec. Keith had a question on the box spring one.
Yeah, just if I could get a point of clarification, going back to Public Works fire miscellaneous to 20,000. Do you have any list on what that might include?
Through the chair, that's a great question. Those are just small things that we may not think of. I do like to be detailed. This is not considered just spend extra money we need it, but there's obviously just things that we cannot think of. Like, we haven't really walked through the building a lot, so if the doors need servicing, if the overhead doors need servicing, power, just small things that we don't think of that we don't have to come back to council every single time for updated request. Again, this is only going to be spent on things that are important to the operations of both fire and public works. Just one-off little items. Like, we never included the sign for the station. Just that would be an example of something that we need to get going, so.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been told that lunch is here, so sit down, Joe. Okay, thank you, Jason. We might as well take our lunch break. We'll be back at 12:30. Order, since Larry and Curly are messing around here. He's talking to Keith.
Oh, they're on the phone.
All right, we're at 10.3. Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, through the Reeve and members of council. I have a proposal for you in front of you from the Schuler Community Association. They are hosting a poker rally / car show on July 26th of this year. All proceeds from the event are going to be donated to AJ's Loan Cupboard and Medicine Hat. Association is requesting $750 from Cypress County to sponsor the lunch for the event. Lunch would consist of hot dogs and hamburgers, buns, chips, and drinks. Cypress County Council has supported similar events in other hamlets in the past, although I do not believe this event specifically for Schuler. The source of funding would be from the council promotions budget, of which there is $43,000 remaining. Administration's recommendation is to sponsor the Schuler Community Association's car show event in the amount of $750 funded from the council promotions budget.
Michelle?
I can speak to this a little bit. The car show that we normally have is the Rust and Shine, and that happens every September, and that is no longer the case. That one is not happening anymore. So this is a different community association, but different community member that has come forward with this idea. And with the change of date, we're hoping that it's going to be a big success. And I'm pretty sure that council has funded the Rust and Shine to the tune of $1,000 every year that we've had it. So they aren't asking for quite as much. And they did ask me if I would serve lunch, but that just so happens to be my future daughter-in-law's bachelorette day, so I cannot go. But if there's anybody else who would be interested in serving lunch for that event, it's on the 26th, then they would be happy to have you.
So you're making the motion?
Yes. Well, I could do that, and I will make the motion that council sponsor the Schuler Community Association's car show event in the amount of $750 funded from the council promotions budget. And if Dan and Richard want to volunteer for lunch, that would be great.
Okay, any questions on that? Nobody. Okay.
I will support that. We don't do that much out in that neck of the woods, really, and we have supported the Rust and Shine before. If they're just creating a little different project, I have no problem with supporting this, and especially we know where the money's coming from, and we have some money there for it, so that's fine.
Okay, any other questions? Vote. That's carried. Okay, 10.4.
Thank you through to the Reeve, to the rest of council. The item back in front of you today is the 2025 Recreation Board capital grants. You may recall at the June meeting, we did pass the operating portion of the grants. We have now heard from the Diamond Jubilee, as well some extra information on the Irvin Sports Complex. The item is in front of council for deliberation, and the requests are attached in Schedule A. I can go through them again. I just don't know if there's. No. Okay.
Blaine?
So I would like to make the motion that we pause on this until we get through our strategic planning. There's a lot of money involved here with a lot of different groups, and we just had we've had two, what do you call it, requests, or what was the?
Request.
Presentations, I guess, one from Jenner from the Diamond Jubilee Group. We had another from you guys for the Irvin one, which is a big one. So I think it's something that we can't take lightly. We got to really analyze all these and figure out where we're going to these endeavors. So I would make the motion that we just pause until we get through our strategic planning meetings.
I'm just going to quickly say what Mr. Kirby-White said just before he left to me. He agrees with that we need to know where our level of service is going to be before we start doing all this, and that's going to go forward to the strategic planner. Richard, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I'm not quite agreeing with you on some of this stuff. I look at what the Jenner Diamond Jubilee request is for, and they need an answer. Their application deadline is July 30th. So I would hate to jeopardize their funding on that part of it, because I do support that project. And I'm not quite sure about having it coming out of the recreation funding. I had thought that there might be another avenue, another reserve fund that it could come out of. Or could it, because as Shane has mentioned many times as the leader of our cap levy, that perhaps that could come out of there instead of the recreation funding. But they need an answer, and if we're going to support it, we need to do it today so that they can continue on with their application.
Dustin?
God, this is just getting weird. I agree with Richard on that. I do think you're spot on there with some of their renovations they need done this year, and that has to happen. Irvin, I think we got a much bigger fish to fry there, and we can push that off, and we've already dedicated the money needed to make that operational for the year. So maybe it might be, would council be in favor of postponing everything but the Diamond Jubilee, and we can discuss that separately?
Keith?
Yeah, I would agree with Richard that, in light of the application deadline, we should give them some kind of an answer. I know that they've been asking me for 6 weeks to 2 months for an answer, and I just go, well, let the process take its place, and I think we have. And I believe we should give them an answer one way or another. I do support the project. I think it's very central to indoor facility that is needed in the community and used in the community. And so, I'm kind of scratching my head, well, where could this come from? And after the suggestion this morning using cap funding for the other arena, I thought, well, this fits pretty much the same as the other arena we looked at this morning. So that's kind of where I'm leaning to at the moment.
So we're going to move everything else and leave this one out for now. Are you good with that, Blaine? We'll discuss it, or do you want to leave them all in?
Well, I do have a bit of a trouble singling one out, but I do understand the urgency of their request, because they do have funding backed up to do the majority of the project, and they do have partners that are also committed to this project. And I mean, the other fact of the matter is we do have money remaining in the budget that we can discuss too, whether it comes from there or whether it comes from the cap. So I'd be okay with taking the Diamond Jubilee Rec Center out.
Lloyd?
Excuse me. Yeah, I agree with Dustin. I think we should get her done then. Oh, and you, Richard. Get this one done and then put the rest over for discussion.
Okay, and you're changing your...
So I would revamp my motion, or Leslie Ann can revamp my motion.
Everything else is going to move to the strategic plan except for the Diamond Jubilee. Richard?
Yes, because the rest have further implications.
just for some clarification from council, I guess I'm speaking for council, and on some of the requests, and I started at the top. I look at the Dunmore Equestrian Society. We are looking at some different ideas on a better funding, and that will come up in our three-day discussion of strategic planning. Elkwater, I guess, yeah, I would have been okay with that, but I'm fine. Urban Ag Society, bathroom and hockey room change updates. Staff, it's going to have people looking at it. I see where if we're looking at upgrading, maybe the plumbing isn't adequate, maybe there's asbestos in there, maybe there'll be a complete change. So I would hate to see us spend 50 grand knowing, and them at 50, knowing that there could be a complete change of what's going to happen in that area. And the Jenner Hall, I guess more conversation. Table Rock, that could come out of the cap funding too, that 10,346. It's pretty important. They have Keith was telling me that he was out there this last event a week or two ago, and a lot of people, and we all know that shade is a big item in this southern portion of the country, or Alberta, whatever. And so I feel that we could use cap funding for that too. So I guess I'm looking for one more there, Blaine, to add to that motion, that we could do those two with cap funding.
Mr. Reeve? It just brought to my attention, the number reported this morning at 867,000 for cap funding was incorrect. The actual number is 267,000. And after the 220,000 for the Irving Arena, leaves us with $66,487 in the cap fund. So any other money other than that $66,000 would have to come from the building fund or cash flow reserves.
So we need to go back over to that.
Well, I thought that funding was reported way higher, that's in that fund a lot higher than that a long time ago. And are we making sure everybody's anting up?
Yeah, the budget shows glasses back on in the Zoom. The cap levy funding this year started January 1st, 25 at 760. We've committed 477 through the budget, so that leaves us with about that 286 remaining in the cap, and that'll include kind of the replenishment through the year. But
What did we commit 400,000 to?
I can get you. I'll get you that. I don't have it on the tip of my tongue. Excuse me on that.
Because that's. Yeah, but I didn't think we dipped into that 400,000.
The park, 107. Yeah.
Go ahead.
To the chair, I'm pretty sure we spent 100 and some thousand at Oyen at the Sandy Point was 100 and some thousand for the park there alone. And that come out of, I know that come out of cap.
All these 5,000s and 10,000s have added up over the time, and been trying. But that's where we said we were taking it out of, so that's where it came out of.
Because it was a park.
Yeah. And that's why, and I'm not trying to be the guy that says, hey, don't spend any more money on this, but you guys, we got to sit back at our strategic plan and look at what we're doing, give a level of service, and start budgeting this stuff, because this is exactly what happens. You think you've got $800,000, you give away here, 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 and here, and we don't. I know I sit here and look like the bad guy saying I don't want to help anybody, but we got to slow our roll. We got to figure out what we're doing, and then we can go from there. Go ahead, Blaine.
I was just gonna say, you're looking red, not green, because green's the Grinch.
It's just my blood pressure going up again. Jeez. But, so to start with, we have a motion on the floor to put everything over to strategic planning.
No,
We changed it to add the one,
And I will stand by with that one, because we still have a remaining budget, and I understand the urgency of their request because of their deadline of July 30th, and they have extra funding from 2 different other groups, so I would hate to be the group that doesn't help them get through with that extra funding. And we can deal with these other ones through our strategic planning, and we have options and we have ideas, but we got to make sure that we sit down and talk about it.
okay, let's get this motion done, then we'll go to the next stage. So the motion is to put everything over to strategic planning except for the Diamond Jubilee. Clear as mud? No, you're not getting an extra, put your hand down.
Oh, a good question. In the motion, do you need to know where the funding is coming from? Are we going to leave it in the levy fund, or are we going to do it out of capital?
This is strategic, this is a rec funding.
Oh,
We haven't gone to your Diamond Jubilee yet. This is just,
sorry. Now you're
clear?
question.
You're clear now? Okay. Okay. Everybody understands the motion? Oh, hold on, you took it away on Blaine, he was just reading it over. Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay, vote.
Then we can come up with the money later.
Tick off the girl that signs your paychecks. Lloyd?
Whoa.
Was it, I didn't see it. Is it? Okay. Okay, that's carried. So now we have Diamond Jubilee that we're going to discuss. Everybody jump?
You want a motion for that?
I don't know, do we?
Yeah,
Bladen's going to make it. Go ahead, make the motion, Rick.
yeah, you go ahead. You know what it is. Well, where you get the money from?
Okay, well, I will make the motion that we approve the Diamond Jubilee Rec Center funding request of 92,488, or if you want to round it up. And I will leave it up to administration's suggestion of where the funding should come from? Or do you want council to make that decision?
Through the chair to the Deputy Reeve, there's several places it could come from. We'll leave it to council to determine that. My recommendation would be to empty out the cap fund of that 66,000 and change, and the remainder to come from the building fund.
Okay. I would be good with having that on my motion, that we do that. You want me to read that again? No.
You've said enough damage. Michelle?
Well, I understand that they want this by the 30th. What I have a problem with is that's a lot of money. And a lot of it is going towards interior renovations, by the sounds of it, which aren't going to happen for another 3 years. So it's just my opinion. I don't mind paying the $60,000 for the ice plant that they need in order to keep their facility up and running for the year. And since it is Cypress County residents that use a majority of it, I think that we should put something into it, but I'm not really a fan of the whole $96,000.
Yeah, roof is the
Yeah, that's
big one. And the plant.
Ours is only 23% that they want.
Go ahead, Keith.
As I that the ice plant needs to be done. If we say yes to the 100,000, can we give them like 60,000 or 66,000 this year and the balance next year? Is that an option? That way, they have a letter, we could give them a letter of support saying, yes, we will support you with $100,000, 66,000 comes this year, 44,000 comes next year. That way they have a letter of support to go to province and they have a commitment, and they go ahead with their application, and we don't have to come up with all the money very much. Is that a possibility?
Everything's a possibility, but your math works out to 110,000, they only need 92.
Well, 34,000.
It would be if if it's on a 25% ratio and it's on the first two phases, which is the ice plant and the roof replacement, we'd be 55,750 for the commitment on that.
How does it affect the grant?
It doesn't affect the grant because they're doing it in portions. They need to raise the money. That's them not putting a dime in, them doing, everybody granting the money, them not raising any money. Yes, that's 100% right there. They've got 50% from the government, 25% from special areas, and they're asking us for 25%. They're not raising anything. They're just saying, you guys pay for it all. We'll get it done.
Well, didn't they have the first one, the government one, they had to come up with 50% of their own, right? In order to qualify for that grant.
This is the other 50%, the 25 and the 25 that we're doing.
Well, they have to come up with some of that 50, doesn't it?
This is how they're coming up with it. They got the other 25 from special areas. Same way we do it for urban. When they go to get money for CVIP grants, we give them 50% and they get the other from the government. Only they broke this out at 25 and 25. Go ahead.
So what was that number?
55,750.
55,750 is what?
First two phases.
Is for the first two phases, do that for their interior, and not just say that next year, or they could, they should do some fundraising, and then we could look at matching their fundraising efforts. But this way, it puts them on the hook to do some fundraising for the interiors, but at least the rink would be up and running, because the roof needs to be done and the plant for 55. 750.
Okay. I know I'm going to lose this battle, but I just want to verify you guys, this should be something that goes on the rec, it should go to the ICM. It should be put forward for funding every year. Same as Redcliffe, we give them their $12,000 a year, we give Medicine Hat $200,000 a year for recreation. This should be the same. We do have people up there that are using it, so we should be helping them for those people. But this isn't our building. This is their building, not ours. We have to, and it's not even in our county. I know you're going to say it's our people there, and I'm not disputing that. But we have to come up with a plan, and that's why I said it should be in the strategic planning.
How much?
On how we're going to do it and how it's done. I don't know what it's going to be. You can't ask that question because we haven't discussed it, but that's the route that it should go. They should not be coming here asking for it. It should go through the ICF, and that should come forward. From the ICF should sit there and discuss it and bring it forward to the councils at that point on how they feel it should be done.
Well, they're not a member of ICF.
But they could be if they applied for it, because
Sorry, through the Reeve to council, there is a ICF in place with special areas. It's just very limited. So it has one line on sort of recreation and emergency services. So, but there is one in place and with an agreement.
So they could have come that way through it. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm not trying to be the bad guy. I understand you guys, we're trying to keep them in business, same as we're trying to keep that one in business, but you seen today, when you just seen how much money we have, we're giving money away like it's going out of style, and it is going out of style, and it's going out rapidly.
Sure gave a lot of money to the co-op center.
Mr. Reeve, if it helps council, we've included as part of their application for the grant, they submitted a financial statement, so we've put that on the board for council to review as well.
So they have 105 in the bank already, or 198? 263,000 in the bank. Oh, is that? Yeah, 105 in the bank, because the rest is depreciation and everything else. And building improvements and stuff. So cash on hand, they have 105. Oh, what the hell happened there? Jesus. Dustin. So I understand you guys, yeah, my blood pressure went down there. I understand what we're trying to do, but we got to get that level of service in before we keep going forward with all this stuff.
You're right.
What?
I thought it was on. I agree we have to get that level of service in place, but I feel like this place needs a roof before winter. And like I said, I don't feel like we need to commit the whole amount, but that 25% of the major things to keep them operating, I'm okay with for right now. I think that's in our responsibilities to do that. It's not like we do a whole bunch for them anyways, through the rec funding. It's very minimal. Richard, you have a motion on the floor, do you not? Would you entertain changing it to that 55,950?
I don't like it, but I guess I'd at least like to get it done, and then we're over it. No more playing around next year with it. This is our commitment. We'll help you out. We'll do a level of service through whatever it is next year to see how much we want to contribute every year. But this would get the show on the road, and it would not be cutting anything out of it. We haven't given these guys money forever. So, and as they have said, the bulk of our ratepayers, Cypress County ratepayers use this. So there might be a name on it that says Jenner, but to me it doesn't matter, and there's no line there. So sometimes I think different than you guys do, and it's a community building that's part of the social infrastructure, all the stuff that goes with it. I just look at it different. So I would like to take my chances and keep my motion the same at 92,488.75. It gets defeated, we'll move on.
Okay, that's a motion on the floor.
Ms. Collins, what is the rec funding to them yearly?
$500.
Just because it's easier for you to find than me.
We gave them $500.
Yeah, it's $500, that sounds right.
It's $500.
75.
So their annual operating allocation is $2,500.
$2,500. We're both wrong.
I'd just like to make a comment that I know quite a few people, even myself included, have been up there for functions from the Box Springs area, travel up that way to Jenner for functions.
And I don't think anybody's denying that. It's just what is our level of service and what is our responsibility. And Richard's taking a chance at that side. I was going to vote yes at 55, but I'll be honest, I'm not voting yes for this. I don't believe it's our responsibility till that level of service is put in. At least at 55, they would be able to move forward and do what they need to do this year, and then we can look at it next year.
If my motion fails, then somebody brings another motion forward for 55.
Maybe.
I feel that fighting cats and chickens over $30,000 is pretty minimal these days. Because $30,000 don't even buy you a good used pickup truck anymore. Just saying.
It does when your cap levy fund is empty, though.
Yeah, it'll replenish itself. I've looked at them, they're expensive too.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Vote. Yeah, I knew what his vote was. Not really, I want this one recorded on here. Are you good, Les, or you want me to?
I'll just move them to record it, if you want to record it.
Have they recorded online all the time? Their show?
Mr. Even members of the council, if it's to be an official recorded vote recorded in the minutes, then that request to be a recorded vote must take place prior to the vote.
Okay. So just vote by hand. Go ahead. It's carried. Whatever. Thanks for the help on saving money, Richard.
Never was any good at that.
It doesn't show at all. 10.5.
No, that's okay. I'll just talk slow. Like to, for council's pleasure, present the Community Services 2025 second quarterly report. We have economic development and planning and development included as part of the community services update next quarter. Likely they will be on their own. So this will be my last time kind of looking after this part of the group, and it has been a pleasure. With that, we will get into ECDev first.
Are you doing the slides? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, Council. I am excited to be here to update you on our Q2 update for economic development. It has been a busy 3 months. I've been going to various events and working on multiple projects. Some of the events in the picture here, I attended the Global Energy Show in Calgary. It was a really interesting event with representatives from across the globe. I was able to make 2 leads with companies that are interested in Cypress County, and one of them I'm still in communication with. Cypress County Council sponsored the Medicine Hat Chamber of Commerce AGM, and Joe and I had the opportunity to be the tour guides for the tour. They took all of their participants on a tour throughout Cypress County to the Irvin Egg Discovery Center, as well as Traxel Egg Ventures. And the feedback that we received from the attendees was extremely positive. They loved seeing the school and all of the great offerings it has, and they also loved getting to walk through a handling chute and see calves, which are some things that some of us take for granted, but it was a great experience overall. Some updates from Q1. So we've had 9 new businesses in the past 3 months. We've generated 8 leads, submitted 5 site selection submissions, and these come from Invest Alberta. They go out to all of Alberta, and then any municipality or economic development organization can submit a location that they feel fits the requirements that are sent to us. I completed 6 business visits. I currently am working on 8 active leads, so those are companies that are interested in coming to Cypress County. I attended 8 events, sent out 4 newsletters, and we spotlighted 11 businesses in our social media and the Cypress Courier. As you know, we are working through our economic development strategy, so there are many initiatives in progress. We kicked off the Economic Development Task Force last month, and it was a really great meeting. We have our 4 business representatives and 2 counselors, as well as administration, so we were able to have some great initial conversations. And in August, we will be discussing incentives and what our business community thinks that should look like. Within our economic development strategy, we're working on an investment attraction strategy, and this is with Deloitte. As you know, they were here June 17th and did a workshop with council. And later that evening, we hosted an open house where we had about 22 Cypress County business owners and people come and provide feedback on what they think investment attraction should look like in Cypress County. We also received the survey results from the business survey that was administered. There were 78 surveys completed, which is a very high response rate, so that's great to see. And overall, the feedback was really positive. A couple highlights: 89% of respondents agree or strongly agree that they would recommend Cypress County to another business looking to expand or relocate. So that's fabulous to hear. And there are also lots of areas for improvement that we'll be able to act on. We're anticipating this to be completed mid-August, so they're actually ahead of schedule. Some more activity that was done throughout the 3 months, different projects and events. I would like to spotlight, we had a booth at the Cypress Farm and Ranch Show, which is a brand new show to Medicine Hat for producers. They had about 4,000 people through the doors. I was able to meet with ratepayers and businesses, and it was a really great opportunity to connect and promote the county. And I also partnered with Ag Services, and they had some of their materials there as well. So to spotlight some of these projects, one of the projects I've been working on is case studies. So far, I've worked with 2 businesses, Western Tractor and El Capitan Charters, doing an interview with them, having discussions about their business and kind of what their story has looked like, and really creating, the purpose is to create marketing collateral that we can use to share the success stories of our businesses. And I'm working on a 3rd one right now. We have our agritourism promotions happening throughout the summer, so all of these different participants have it up in their respective businesses, and we also provided them with different promotional materials, and the feedback on this has been really great.
Okay, hold on a sec, Michelle.
I got a question, well, not a question, more of a statement. It's a lovely picture, it's doing great, but I think you should probably take the Welcome Center out of there because we don't have it anymore.
Yeah, I think I submitted the wrong one, so it has been taken off though, I can assure you of that. So the last one in front of you, actually, you all have a copy of our coupon book. So this was a project we launched last year. Last year we had 13 participants. This year we have 22 participants with 11 of them returning. It's free for businesses to participate. The feedback has been phenomenal. It's really low cost for us. And the whole purpose is just to get people aware of the different businesses that we have in the county and give them a reason to stop by and support those businesses. Planning is well underway for the Ag Connections Conference on November 13th. Registration is now open. I'm working to fill the remaining breakout sessions and work with exhibitors and sponsors, and looking forward to a great event in November. And then lastly, just to spotlight a couple events that are coming up, we're going to be hosting an agri-food reception next week to kick off Medicine Hat Stampede. This is part of our economic development strategy. We've identified hosting investment attraction events. This will connect us with agri-food processors that are in Cypress County as well as southeastern Alberta, allow for them to come and learn about Cypress County, meet our staff, our counselors, and kind of start to create those relationships as we dive into the world of investment attraction. So I will be sending out information for people to RSVP if you're able to make it. Another note is Economic Developers of Alberta is the overall Alberta Association. They're hosting a really unique event in September. It's a golf tournament with Invest Alberta where participants will have the opportunity to have a really intimate opportunity to get to know the various Invest Alberta representatives. Al and myself are going to be attending, and I just wanted to extend the invitation if there's anyone from council who wanted to attend, so you can reach out to myself or Leslie Ann. And as well, there's an event in October called the Alberta Ministry Dinner where they bring in 30 to 40 government officials, including ministers, deputy ministers, and you have the opportunity to meet one-on-one with a handful of them, and it's a really great event. And then, of course, our A Connections Conference. But that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
No? Any questions? Oh, that was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Manager Brown. That sounds different. Present on Planning and Development Services.
Fantastic. Thank you through the chair. I'm happy to be here to supply and present the second quarter report on behalf of Planning and Development Services. So second quarter in review, we processed a total number of 60 development permit applications. We brought forward 4 rezoning applications with public hearings to council in the form of a bylaw. And we issued 12 zoning and compliance letters. Out of those 12, we had 4 that were not approved, 8 were that were approved. The non-approves were mainly to do with site coverage overages in some of the hamlet districts, which is one of the items that we're bringing forward as a land use bylaw consideration. So hopefully that'll help alleviate some of those compliance issues moving forward. We held 3 planning commissions meetings. We processed 5 subdivision applications, and we attended 1 public engagement event, which was the Investment Attraction Strategy Open House, which Ms. Cash spoke to. I might have lost the battery. There we go. Thank you. So in terms of our statistics for development permit applications processed, the number of residential uses spiked a little bit up to 21. Accessory use applications was our highest, sitting at 23. Happy to report that we had 5 commercial industrial applications come forward. And again, this cycle pretty even spread across all of the wards in terms of applications that were received and processed, with an abundance of them being in Ward 7. Our staff-approved development permit decisions sits at 10, so we're consistent in comparison to quarter 1. As we start to pull out some more of this data from our records, we'll be able to look at a longer span to see kind of the better glimpse of where we're sitting in terms of our trends, and we'll be happy to bring that forward in future reports. Our average days for subdivision decisions by the MPC is sitting at 54, so we're still under that MGA requirement of 60, but it is a little bit close, so making sure that we're abiding by that legislative requirement. In terms of our development permit types, we broke this out a little bit more granular this time around. So in terms of residential, this gives us an idea of what we're looking like in terms of our trends. So out of the 21 residential permits that were issued, 9 of those were considered new builds. So those would be your stick builts. 5 were mobiles, modulars, or move-ons. 5 additions, 1 additional residence or secondary suite, and then 1 change of use was issued. And the average construction value of those uses is just north of $410,000 on an average development permit application. In terms of accessory structures, a lot of the demand was on the garages and shops. 9 of them were farm equipment and storage, and then a couple that were dedicated towards sheds, pools, and shipping containers. On the industry side of things, we issued 2 permits for industry support uses. So those will generally be your lay-down yard type temporary uses that support industry. And then we issued 2 new business applications to locate to the county with an estimated construction value just over $3 million. Just tying in a little bit of fun facts for the land use bylaw. If the land use bylaw can be viewed as fun. Our bylaw currently allows a 10% discretion to the development officer to give a 10% variance on applications for development. And as we're kind of looking at our land use bylaw review and canvassing other similar municipalities, we're definitely noticing a trend that many municipalities are increasing that variance authority up to as much as 25 to 40%. And that's in effort to reduce timelines, reduce red tape, and try to make the process more accessible and more streamlined. So that is something that we likely will be bringing forward as a consideration on the land use bylaw coming forward. In terms of our Q2 project updates, I'm just going to pick out a couple for you here. Beth touched on this a little bit as well, but we're moving forward with our online permitting module, which in addition to that will include a public GIS mapping interface. So folks will be able to go onto the county website, pull up an interactive map, click on their parcel, find what their zoning code is, find what the acres are, and then also use that same tool to apply for a development permit. So the benefit of that, of course, is accessibility to the user. It's an efficiency on the administrative end for processing applications. So we're really excited to see that come forward in September. And currently working on 4 active enforcement files. So those enforcement files will be more of kind of the high profile ones that we're continuing to work on. So providing periodic updates in that regard. And then in addition, we've been really focusing on our record management and retention. And I wanted to give a shout out to our department on this. They've managed in the last Q2 to digitize over 400 historical permits and records, which is fantastic. In order for us to benefit from this online module, we need to bring our records up to date. So that's a really great step in the right direction. And then GIS and MIMS at a glance. We are compliant with new next generation 911 addressing, which is a fantastic achievement through our GIS department. This is implemented through the Alberta Emergency 911 Act. We are required to standardize our data. Unfortunately, coming out of this, we did have 2 critical address points, which we did need to change. Which is unfortunate, but in all of the addressing points across Cypress County, I think having 2 critical errors is a really good indication that our data is in a very good position. And that concludes my Q2 report for this round. I'm happy to take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? You're going to be quiet? Finally. Sheesh. That was really good. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Our next presentation is actually from Kennedy Reeder, our assistant ag fieldman. Our manager is out on a family emergency today, so Kennedy is in at very short notice, but is more than capable of going through the presentation and answering any questions that council may have.
Excellent. We'll have lots of questions for her.
Good afternoon. Like that was just said, I
just saw this today, so I'll do my best to get through this and answer questions as they come. Luckily, our manager of Ag Services did leave me some notes, so here's hoping. So just to start, an overview of the calls we receive in our department. Most of these stats are phone calls. Emails are a little harder to track as we have long conversations sometimes with producers. So regulated weeds, obviously this is a huge number this time of year now that weeds are growing. And our regulated weeds are anything that are covered on the Weed Control Act. So things like downy brome, leafy spurge, knapweed, field bindweed. Weeds of concern, so those will be anything not listed on the Weed Control Act. Things like showy milkweed people always call about because it is very widespread in our ditches and it looks like it should be a weed and it's actually a native species. Things like dandelions. And then we had a couple calls about spraying and herbicide use, just questions about grazing and the chemicals we use. For regulated pests and nuisances, that's anything like wild boar, Richardson ground squirrels, magpies, clubroot, Dutch elm disease were a couple of the calls that I'm assuming our manager of Ag Services have received. We also get calls about non-regulated pests, mice, raccoons, mosquitoes. And then our environmental farm plans, obviously, that has been a huge increase with phone calls and inquiries due to Agri-Invest requires producers now to have an environmental farm plan to apply for funding. So we have received a jump in inquiries about that program. And then as well this year, you know, in conjunction with that, we do get calls about that kind of funding like the Agri-Stability and the Agri-Invest. Ag plastic recycling, we do get calls about twine bags, where to get them, our chem jugs. Oh, sorry, was that me? Oh. And then for rat control, we do get quite a few calls throughout the year to identify rodents. To date, since I've been employed and in this program, I have yet to see a live rat in our county. I did pick one up from the city of Medicine Hat that was found at a tire shop, but in our county, nothing. And then we had someone from Calgary reach out. He's a film producer. He wants to write a book about the history of rat control in Alberta. And I believe our manager of Ag Services spoke with him earlier this year about kind of facilitating some of that in our area. We did get 7 calls about equipment rentals, excluding the seed drills and the land rollers. We do get quite a few calls about those, but this equipment would be like our skunk traps, the tree planters, the mulch applicators. And then we received an inquiry about Farm Family Award. So rental equipment to date, so the land rollers, we have had quite the increase from last year. So to date, we've had 16 producers roll 1,089 acres. And the seed drills have been used by an additional 24 producers to seed 1,093 acres. The seed drill numbers are kind of on par with what we had last year. And then the land rollers have jumped quite a bit from the last year. And then our other rental equipment is there. So our skunk trap was used by 1 producer. Our tag reader was used by 2 producers to read 173 tags. Pipeline plow was used by 1 producer, mulch applicator, 1 producer, and our brown bait applicator, which is used for grasshopper control, has been rented twice. So this is just some pictures we did purchase a drone this year, so we've had our drone out helping with weed inspections. It's been very helpful along the river. CP Rail, which is a picture on the right, kind of out by Irvin, you can see the leafy spurge there along the river, or the railroad track. And then the picture on the left is Russian knapweed growing in producer's field, which you can maybe see. I can see it because I look at it multiple times throughout the year, but like I said, the drone will be really helpful, especially with the weather we have received this year. Lots of producers are very concerned about drought and the dry conditions, so they don't want us driving on grass with our ATVs or our pickup trucks, so we were able to utilize the drone to kind of get a better idea on bigger pieces of land.
Hold on, we got a question for you.
Kenny, so what have you thought of the downy brome, I guess, spraying that we did last year. How did that turn out, do you think?
So we've, thank you for your question. We have noticed, I believe, I've been kind of out and about. I believe that it looks a lot better than it has. We still have a lot of work to do. We've been, our trucks have been out earlier this spring. I believe we sprayed along with a couple other different weed types, but I believe we've covered 383 miles of road, including like our new road construction and field bind we just started doing, but most of that will be Downey Brome. Like I said, we went off what was found last year. We've driven most of those roads, and in the areas where we blanketed, we have noticed quite a difference, which is great. And we're hoping to continue on with this program.
That's great. I kind of felt the same way, just in my area, looking around. It looks like that program's starting to work, so we continue that up. It should really help a lot.
And we have been in touch. We have spoke with our Public Works Department. We're going to try, especially later into this year and next year, we're going to start coordinating with them when the mowers go down. Because when the Downey Brome gets so tall, we obviously want this product to reach the ground, not necessarily the Downey Brome itself. So if we know a road has a bad infestation to Downey Brome, we'll go behind the mower and spray so it's getting to the ground. We have noticed there has been some of the roads that we've blanketed, it comes in patches now we see instead of the whole road being lined. But we're monitoring it, and we have said this, our program is based on a complaint basis. So if producers call us and let us know the road is bad, then we have it on our radar and we can hit it when we have the chemical in our trucks. So, yeah. Here's just another picture with our drone. This is a leafy spurge spot along the river. We put 3 leafy spurge biocontrols on this site last year and an additional 3 this year. This spot in particular could be a good spraying spot, but you can't see in this photo, it's actually a sandbar, so most of the ground cover is just sand. So getting equipment down there is quite the challenge for this producer. And in the future, we're working with Alberta Invasive Species. If we can get our leafy spurge biocontrol beetle numbers up in this area, there's a potential for this to be potentially become a nursery site where we could harvest our own bugs from this site and distribute them as we see fit. So that's kind of the goal on this specific site in the future, as long as we keep, every year put another site or 2 just to get the numbers up there, which would help us in the future be able to distribute, instead of using our budget money and grant money to buy new releases. The next couple slides will be kind of chart heavy on the data, so I'll do my best to kind of talk you through it. So these are just kind of our weed inspections, and just to break down the amount of time we spend on each species. So prohibited noxious weeds, according to the Weed Control Act, these species must be destroyed once we find them, they have to be taken care of. Total, we did 86 sites inspected for these specific species, and we consider one site a quarter section. What I will mention too is pale yellow iris, which that is a brand new aquatic invasive species that was detected this year for the first time in Cypress County. It is along the Seven Persons Creek. We're working with Alberta, their invasive species specialist, to survey the creek and get an idea of where it came from and eradicating it. So those are what we'll be working on the next month or so, is working down the creek and up the creek to see if there's any more. Unfortunately, we've missed when it was found. It was in flower, and once it's done flowering, it's really hard to identify, to distinguish it from a cattail. It looks very similar. So the aquatic invasive specialist is supposed to come down and kind of help us out with that. But it is, like I said, on our radar, so we're gonna try and get ahead of it before our creek is full of it. So, and then, sorry? Pale yellow iris. It's beautiful. It looks so nice, but we definitely don't want it on the creek. So they say we can dig it out, but we have to really dig kind of a trench around it, because if you break off the roots and it goes downstream, it will start another plant. The other methods, we could smother it. We did go and cut the flower heads and the seed heads off, but we could smother it, which could take a couple months, so we're not really in favor of that. And then mowing or cutting it just as close as we can to the roots eventually will exhaust the plant. But like I said, we are waiting for the Alberta invasive species aquatic specialist to come and kind of advise us on this, as this is our first report of it in the county. Oh, sorry. Noxious weed inspections. So we did 154 inspections for noxious weeds, which as per the Weed Control Act, these must be controlled. So we have to do something to stop the spread of it. Leafy spurge obviously is a lot of inspections make up that, as we do that along the river for our biocontrols. And then field bindweed, baby's breath, downy brome is included. So the downy brome inspections would be if a producer had called us and inquired about downy brome on their property, and we would go out and map it for them. These are just other weeds of concern that we've had calls about, that we've gone out or we've identified at the front counter. Cutleaf vipergrass was found in 2018 down south of Elkwater. It's the first of that we know of it in Canada. We've been down every year just to take a look and dig it out if we find any. We have not found any since, I believe, 2021. So, but we will continue to monitor just to keep on top of that. And then German status, I'm sure you've seen that name before. It's a garden ornamental, but in our area it seems to escape and it likes to multiply in pastures. So we have 2 producers that are well aware of this, and we've been helping them out with control. And then just some of our egg stats. So we've had 2 Egg Service Board meetings. We've reviewed and revised 10 policies. We're working on planning our South Region Egg Service Board conference. That will be in our area on October 8th. We had our 2025 to 2029 ASB grant approved in June. We have hired 7 seasonal staff. We released 19 sites of biocontrol on leafy spurge, and they were all along the South Saskatchewan River. We have sprayed a total of approximately 83 hectares of spot spraying. 11 weed species managed, and that's spraying, picking, or digging. 365 miles of road ditch were sprayed and inspected, because as we're driving along the road, we're inspecting it and only spraying when we see the weeds. And then we've completed 235 weed inspections. So for our environmental farm plans, like I mentioned at the beginning, we have received an increase in interest in this program. And for this quarter, the manager of Egg Services has approved 8 environmental farm plans. We've also had a couple inquiries about the funding, that Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership, Agri-Invest, and Agri-Stability, which we always act as a point of contact for people looking for more information on these programs. And then for our egg plastic recycling, so for Q2, we rolled 62 grain bags that are at the Hilda transfer site. We had a Hutterite colony call us early spring wanting some bags rolled. And in our program, we usually would go to their property and roll them on site, and then we would move them. But due to the timing of the call, we only have 3 of us full-time, so we asked if they could move them to Hilda, and when our seasonal staff's begun work, we sent them up there to roll them on site. And then we have 39 full twine bags at Hilda ready for collection from Clean Farms. And then the Chem Jug bag rolls, so we distributed 2 rolls of bags for our Schuler collection site. And then for promotion, so we had our Egg Service Board newsletter out that was released in May, and we had ASB promo material at our booth at the Cypress Farm and Ranch Show, and we've had 13 posts on social media. And then just for rat control, so we did chat with someone, like I said earlier, with a filmmaker who is doing research for a book on Alberta rat control. We have distributed rat poison to 14 producers in our rat control zone, and we had 3 rat reports. None of them were confirmed rats. We had 1 report of a rodent running across a road. We went out, we kind of inspected the abandoned buildings and nearby, and there was no evidence of rats. We had a picture of a dead rodent submitted
It did not look like a rat at all. And then we had someone call with signs of a rat over by the Medicine Hat dump, and upon inspection, the scat that she had called in was not, would not come from a rat. So, thank you for your patience with me. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, really good job on that.
Great job.
Are you ready for the 50 questions?
Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you. Yeah, she's out of here. I'm not taking any questions.
Yep. Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to provide the statistics and the report for health and safety and emergency management. We have recently gone through a bit of a resource shift on our health and safety side of things. Currently are using some contracted resources just to try and get us through, but we are still making progress towards regaining our core, which is definitely our primary objective here for the rest of this year and likely into next. I won't get too much into the details, but basically we've got 10 different elements that we need to work through to get through our health and safety management system before it's audit ready. Element 2, which is hazard assessment, is the foundation for basically everything else that comes after. If you don't do this part well, you have basically no chance of getting a core or really having a functioning health and safety management system. So we've basically worked on getting those position-based formal hazard assessments complete. With the help of our contracted resource, we've made some huge progress on this. And we actually just rolled out and conducted some in-house training for our managers and supervisors. So basically just getting the how the county's approaching this and delivering that now to the managers and supervisors so that they can take it and run with it with their staff. On the hazard control directive, so basically you assess your hazards. Element 3 is how you take care of it, how you address it, how you lower your risk rating. We had a number of gaps that were identified even before the last audit around noise. So heavy equipment and noise tend to go hand in hand. But we didn't have any dosimetry or noise level measurements. Well, what was that? That's a good one. So we've now completed, we had industrial hygienists come in and conduct those sound surveys. They picked sort of a random sampling of our operators, fixed them up with a dosimeter, which is basically just a little microphone that records the sound over the workday. And now we've got those sound assessments. So if we're challenged by an OH&S officer, we know what our sound levels are, we know what our exposure ratings are, and we also have the noise level measurements so that we know what areas that we have to have hearing protection on to go into. A great example is generator buildings. So around the lift stations and the booster stations for the water system, when those generators turn on, it's extremely noisy. Most of those areas will require double hearing protection, or sorry, not most of those areas, but a good chunk of those areas would require double hearing protection. So it's great to have that information now available to our staff. We also conducted personal monitoring for respirable silica. That's created from dust around freshly crushed rock, basically. So there's a big vector point there. We'll likely have to do some more work now that we actually are in crushing operations. At that time, we didn't have anybody crushing. But we did do one with the grader, just knowing that, again, there's quite a bit of dust kicked up from that. But we've got that data now available for us as well. In terms of hazard controls, other things that we'll be doing over the next 3 quarters, and I do have a bit of a summary coming up here. Respiratory protection code of practice, our violence and harassment prevention plans, working alone directive, and control of hazardous energy procedures, or lockout tagout for most of us in the industry. So this is just kind of looking at the future outlook, what we have left on the action plan. Really looking at Q1 of 2026 as being okay, we are ready for an audit. We'll be ready for regaining of our core, and I have every confidence that we will be successful in that endeavor. For Q3 of 2025, we'll finalize our formal hazard assessments, update the respiratory protection code of practice and violence and harassment. In Q4 2025, we've got a working alone directive to work on, an on-the-job training directive, a contractor management program, which is a big chunk of work right there, emergency response directive, incident investigation directive, and then in Q1 of 2026, control of hazardous energy and a new safety software deployment at that point. This looks like a lot of work, like there looks like a lot of stuff here. What I can say is that we actually have a lot of this, the processes are there, the information's there. We're just lacking a bit on those directives. So it's like the high level policies and procedures side of things that's missing, and that's what you get audited on when CORE comes in. So filling up and shoring up the gaps that we've got in our system. In terms of the statistics, a fairly successful second quarter. We didn't have any WCB claims or lost time injuries reported. We did have 5 property damages. Probably the most significant was some door damage at the Dunmore Fire Hall. Didn't have any prime contractor injuries, and we had 1 near miss report come in. On the emergency management side of things, we did conduct an exercise on April 3rd, 2025. I think that was the first exercise in probably quite some time. We simulated an ice storm event. Really, the concept was to try and just start slow, and this is actually for my own benefit. It was good to know just kind of how the county basically came together in times of emergency, how closely we were following our emergency management plans, and have a look at some of the gaps that might be there and starting to form up. We also kicked off the Regional Emergency Response Plan update with the City of Medicine Hat and Town of Redcliffe. We're currently preparing that RFP for consulting resources. There will be an item likely coming to one of the next IMC meetings with an update on that, because it was a grant that was approved by or went through the intermunicipal committee. Any questions on health, safety, or emergency management? Great.
You're right, you weren't the most exciting one.
And now, without further ado, Fire and Emergency Services and our Fire Chief, Jason Linton.
Good afternoon. Thank you through the chair. So Q2 Emergency Services. Year to date, our calls are about 50 calls behind where we typically are at this time of year, so which is actually a good news story. Just means that people are being safer, more cautious. Our biggest reduce in calls is actually wildland fires, which is a good news story. We kind of broke it down into individual stations and how they're doing for calls, and every station is decreasing calls for service, which again is a good news story that people are not needing our services. The types of calls are pretty much bang on. Our top 3 calls are wildland, motor vehicle, and MVCs, and that's exactly what we see here. We kind of break it down into primary and secondary calls. So each station, is a primary call. Then if we need extra help, which stations we call it the most. So as we can see that our Dunmore station is a station that is most centralized, and will typically back up most of the other stations. We are currently working on a project where it's going to be dispatch recommends, and some of these response zones will change a little bit, and our GIS team is doing an amazing job with that project, and we'll present that at our next quarterly update. Just kind of a map of where our calls are at. We have about 5 years worth of good data now. Oh, sorry.
We have a question here.
Well, you might be getting into it, Jason. I just have a little bit of a question. So I'm looking at the calls, and I see Walsh has had like 0. Is that because everyone's backing it up, or they're just not getting calls? What's the story there?
Good question. So Irvin is backing up Walsh, but there has been no calls for service to date. Since this, there has been actually that way in Q3. So Walsh did have 1 call for the first day into Q3. And besides that, Walsh hasn't had a call since last probably September. So it's been quite a while, just that's what it is. But we would not disseminate that. If Irvin went to that call, we would show it as a Walsh call. Yep, no, good question. So here's a map. So this kind of really pinpoints of where our calls are and what type of calls they are. And this will really help us with resource allocation going in the future. Like I said, we have 5 years worth of good data now, so that can help us make good decisions on our strategic plan going forward. Again, between Q2 and Q1, these stats almost changed by 1 or 2%. This is kind of a good one here, is our staffing levels. So most rural fire services, the number one problem they have is staffing. And we are actually averaging pretty good calls per station. If one station is lean, we have the ability, since we are a county fire department, that we can call upon another station because we have 8 stations throughout the county. And our largest calls are between Box Springs and Dunmore, and that's our largest staffing, and we have the highest averages for those 2 stations. And those 2 stations typically support the entire county with their water tenders as well as Suffield. We have actually increased our usage of Suffield. So Suffield has actually phenomenal resources. The base has slowed down on their activity. So we have called them out as far as Dunmore this year to help us support with additional water for fire operations. Just some more stats here. Nothing's really changed. This really helps us decide what kind of apparatus we're going to be getting in the future based on the number of firefighters and the types of utilization. Shirley's favorite stat here is fire permits. So for fire permits in 2025. Obviously, we don't issue fire permits after about the end of March. With the bylaw change, we did extend them out for another 3 weeks or so, so we did get a few more, all with positive comments about the change in fire bylaw when it comes to the fire ban and having a common sense approach versus a hard, fast date. A couple slides here about what we've done in the community, some successes. So the number one is we did a stair climb in Calgary. We had 6 firefighters participate in the stair climb. The number one occupational risk for firefighters is cancers. So we do lots of cancer research for firefighters. Average firefighter after retire is less than 10 years due to all the chemicals that we inherit to. Our gear has got a lot better, technology has got better, education has got better, but we give back to firefighter cancer research. And this year our team climbed the tallest building in Calgary and we raised $3,300. Second one was the Elkwater Fire Smart Day. This is the second year we have done this event. It's been a huge success. Lots of community members have come out and had concerns about the Fire Smart program, and we had Alberta Wildfire and the Alberta Wildfire Calgary Prevention Branch come out to really talk about what fire smarting is, and I think that was a big buy-in for the community to get them to understand why and what they did in Elkwater for the benefit of the community. This picture here was an MVC. It was pretty banged up. So about 2 years ago, Cypress County invested in 5 sets of new extrication gear, which is a lot easier to use, and you pull it off the truck and away you go, versus our old hydraulic sets where we had to pump hoses, we had to fire things up. So this extrication here, there's a driver pinned. We were able to grab the tool off the truck and start cutting away all the metal to get that driver out in a timely manner. So small things like that have made a great success, and just want to highlight the investment that council has with fire services has, impacted the public dramatically and increased our level of service. Right here, so about 4 years ago, we implemented a tech rescue team, and our team trains once a month on tech rescue. We have members from various stations to support low slope, deep and steep slope operations through various places in Cypress County. Also this year, we were reached out by Lakeland College to help support a wildland course for CFB Suffield. So Cypress County took up the challenge, and our deputy fire chief, along with station fire chief, did a 3-day course in CFB Suffield to get the range control firefighters up to speed on wildland firefighting and certification, which is kind of I think a good compliment to the Alberta Fire School, recognizing Cypress County's education and experience in delivering good quality courses. And we're able to help our partners out, which in turn has helped us out, calling them to help us out. Another one here, you're probably asking what we're looking at. So typically when we have a structure fire, we're bringing in excavators to tear down the house. So this fire was just in between Dunmore and Irvine, south of number 1. The duty officer on scene got there. The front door was open. The duty officer closed the front door, which actually helped starve the fire, allowed Dunmore Engine 1 to come in. The duty officer made a decision that we'd actually be able to enter this house from the basement and safely extinguish the fire versus doing a defensive operation and typically losing a house. So this is a huge win. This house was saved. The basement was damaged, but this house is going to be salvageable, and it was a big win for the people of that house for us to be able to save it like that. One other thing I just want to talk about here in my notes is, like I said, we have used CFB Suffield for their water tenders. They have 4 water tenders, and we've called upon them, and they've always been able to support, which is fantastic. And we've called HALO 3 times on different missions to support Cypress County Fire, and they're always accepting the call when I call them, and are able to get our duty officers in the air to a situation or support in other medical calls throughout Cypress County at the request of Fire, not AHS. So that's been a big win for us, for the ratepayers of Cypress County. I believe that we are the only municipality in Canada that has this kind of arrangement and are able to get firefighters in the air and out to locations, as a municipal fire service. Obviously, Alberta Wildfire does, but as a municipality, we're the only municipality that I know of in Canada that has this arrangement and this level of service. Moving on to enforcement service. So with the reorg, the community peace officer, Jason Schreiber, is now reporting to myself, and he's on vacation this week, so I'm going to quickly get my way through his portfolio. When he's out patrolling, and all of his calls are pretty much equally spread throughout the county. There's no real increase in calls between one hamlet and another hamlet, just almost equally spread out throughout the county. Some of the other things he's done this year is a collaborative effort with the SCPA for dog control management, continued proactive patrols and enforcement, provide support for emergency services during calls. So our CPO now, he is on IRM respondents, so when a fire call comes in, he has a look at it, and if he feels that he can help us out or support us, he automatically books on and responds, and that's been a fantastic collaboration between the 2 departments. And having those blue lights out on the highway makes a big difference on us and the amount of people slow down when they see blue lights versus just fire trucks. So that's been fantastic as well. And types of calls our CPO works on, typically, they're almost all the same. He has spent a lot of time with dog and dog bites and that kind of stuff. Those are some big files that he's working on. And he's also supporting planning development as well as fire services on a couple big enforcement files as well. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Jason. Lloyd?
Are you going to say anything about the satellite system?
Okay, yes. Through the chair, satellite system. We're still in the infancy stages of it. I want to reserve judgment and recommendations until we have more time to use it. It is exciting. We actually are going to have the whole Cypress County involved in it. I had a meeting yesterday with the satellite company, so they're going to have access to the whole county going forward. We did have one detection, so we're using it, Alberta Wildfire is using it, and we have 2 members from different grazing associations using it. And both those members are on the fire department as well, but the purpose was for them to talk to their grazing associations about it. And we did have a detection of heat signature down right at the U.S. border. That member that has access to the system called me. We looked it up. We have the coordinates. And we dispatched Elkwater Fire to the U.S. border, which still takes quite a bit of time, as well as I contacted HALO. HALO, I was a duty officer at the time, and HALO flew us down there. We had to get diverted that day for a medical emergency in Dunmore. I'm not sure if anyone was aware, but Halo did land right in the hamlet of Dunmore for a medical emergency that day. And then we dealt with that medical emergency and then headed back to 1-4. Typically, Halo would have got there first to do a size up, but with that medical emergency, we were a little bit delayed. But it was a hay bale that was in a slough that was starting to heat up. So it actually wasn't on fire, but the satellite system worked so well, it actually detected that heat from an old hay bale inside a slough that was heating up pretty rapidly. So we believe there wasn't a lot of fire, but we believe that we prevented a fire from actually happening with that detection system.
Yep. That's why you're the exciting one to present here.
Sorry, just with water. Through the chair, yeah, I just want to be very cautious about the satellite system. I want to make sure that, we want to understand it before we do any kind of investment. That's why I want to really beta test it to make sure we have a recommendation. So, we're going to use the rest of the summer. We're going to have a bigger sample to go from, and then we'll make a recommendation off of that. But it's important to know that, it's still in the infancy stages, and, we want to make sure that we're going to give the best recommendation to council on moving forward with it. And we're not right there yet.
Any questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll take Dustin, you're moving this report? No. You haven't fixed it yet? Okay, that's carried. We will take a 5-minute break before we have to listen to the CAO. Whoa. She never listens any other time. I know. Okay, Mr. Hogan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Reed, members of council. This particular request for decision came as a result of a letter we received from the City of Medicine Hat. We received a request by the City of Medicine Hat to work with the city to complete a collaborative review of the feasibility, estimated costs, and potential funding sources for the trail connection between Desert Bloom and Heron Crossing. This report takes no position on the efficacy of the above noted trail and only discusses the requested collaboration between the two municipalities. Administration is of the belief that discussion and due diligence would be prudent regarding this proposed trail, and that prior to any council or joint council decision, that all data regarding the proposal be put in front of each council. The difficulty in this request is the extremely short timeline the city requested, and particularly at a very busy time of year, coupled with staff summer vacations. Administration is recommending an additional 30 days be added to this review timeline. The cost and source funding will be out of the 25 operating budget. I don't anticipate at this time any cost. This is just working with the city to figure out what this trail would look like. Council's strategic plan lists regional leadership as a primary goal. Working with the City of Medicine Hat to investigate the possibility and potential of a new trail would certainly meet the strategic priority of regional leadership. Our recommendation is that council directs administration to begin the process of reviewing the proposed trail between Desert Bloom and Heron Crossing and work with city staff to present finding to each council on or before September 15th, 2025, and further directs administration to complete a response letter for the Reeve signature indicating the amended timeline. Council options is that council directs administration to begin this process. Number two, the council could direct administration to begin the process of reviewing the proposed trail and work with city staff to the original date of August 18th. The council further amends the request, or the council denies the request in its entirety. Attached, you can see the letter that we received from Mayor Clark regarding the request.
Okay, thank you. Richard?
A few comments to talk about that trail. The original trail that's there now between Southridge and Desert Bloom was the idea was brought forward by the Rotary Club, and they had some grant money that they wanted to put towards it. We matched their funds. They put in 200,000 and we put in 200,000, and it was one of the, well, it's really worked out well. I have never driven down that road without seeing numerous people on it. So if this trail would continue, perhaps the Reeve or myself could approach Rotary and ask them if they would be willing to look at another part of the project to extend it. I have talked to, had a conversation with the landowner. It's on the greenhouse side, on the north side, Albert Kramer, and Albert is willing to let that trail be on his land. So we've got, one thing moving forward. The challenge is that we're going to need probably an engineer to figure out how to get down the hill and keep it safe, but I know we have that. We have that person in place. So, but this is a city project. All we can do is assist, right? So, but the more ideas that are out there and the more people we can bring on board for funding, it could be a possibility. So.
And through the chair to the Deputy Reeve, I believe it is a city project on a city road. I believe that all possible financial contributions should be investigated, and of course I think that's part of what this collaboration will look like. I think before we get too deep into finances, we have to figure out what this trail will cost, and then determine from there whether or not it's even feasible given the costs. It'll be interesting to see the interest from the city in terms of doing the trail. I know we received the letter, but my understanding is this might not be the highest priority that the city has right now.
Well, you answering the question, or?
Yeah.
I'll let him answer.
I agree with you on that. I guess if we get something into place, then city can look for grants, we can look for grants, and hopefully it was be very minimal from us for as far as funds. Because yes, it is on the city side of the, well, mind you, the other trail was too, but that trail coming from Southridge really did do a service for our ratepayers, where this one that's going to go down into the coulee has a limited advantage for us is maybe not the right word, but yeah. So I think there's probably resources out there. We just have to help the city maybe find them.
I wouldn't say it's limited, because there's a lot of kids up there that are corresponding back and forth with the houses down below, so there is a reason for it being there. Go ahead, Shane.
Just to bring Councillor Richard Oster up to something, it'd be better off on Desert Bloom side, because you already are crossing that boundary road with a crosswalk there. You wouldn't have another crosswalk down below. So it'd be better off to have it on the county side, coming down along Desert Bloom and down the hill.
We can argue it back and forth. That's up to staff to figure out.
We'll talk after.
Our question here is, do we want to entertain sending that letter back with more time for staff to look into it? I do believe, if anybody knows any of, did Keith have something? Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, I just kind of say, I agree with the idea of giving ourselves more time, because I don't think this is something you're going to do this year anyway. And with the election, I think if this follows that, something's going to fall off the paper and turn over the green.
Yep. If that's what we want to do, I'll leave the rest to the, there's a whole story behind it, but I'll leave it for now, and I'll be polite. Somebody want to make a motion for this?
Sure.
Okay, well, Shane said sure first.
Which,
Recommended motion?
the recommended one.
You read it off?
That council directs administration to begin the process of reviewing the proposed trail between Desert Bloom and Heron Crossing, and work with the city staff to present findings to each council on or before September 15th. And further directs administration to complete a response letter for the Reeves signature indicating the amended timeline. All in favor? That's your job.
That's the motion on the floor. Any questions on it? Are we voting now, or? Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Wow.
Oh, you're waiting on me this time. I see. See how this is working. Dustin, Robin, wake up. I know. I'm waiting for it to change. Carried. Ooh.
I'm not voting yes for nothing now. For the rest of the meeting, all I'm gonna be no.
Well, we know where she stands. Okay, 12.2. Ooh.
Thank you. Through the chair, in the interest of time, I will keep this fairly short and sweet. As you all know, since you're here, currently in the last quarter, there was 6 council meetings. We had 3 public hearings, 6 delegations or presentations to council, and 1 committee of the whole meeting. Currently, our bylaws, there's a couple in draft, maybe a couple more. That number might be a few more. 2 are pending second and third readings, 3 have been passed, and 5 were repealed or expired. Currently, we are sitting at about 100 policies. There's been a decrease from the first quarter to this quarter of 36, mainly due to the repealing of, or the rescinding of the HR policies that now fall under the CAO. And then there was a few that were new, 8 of them were new policies or amended. A few other highlights council may not be aware of. On June 11th, the Access to Information Act and the Protection of Privacy Act came into force, replacing the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So that acronym that everybody talks about, FOIP, that is no longer. The government has replaced those with those two new acts. The most notable change for the county is that the Protection of Privacy Act requires all public bodies to create a directory that lists the public body's personal information banks available to the public for inspection and copying. So this is going to create a lot more work. And yes.
I have a question about that. I don't know if it's just the way I read it or if I'm confused. Does that mean just the body or the people who work for the body that they get their personal information?
So there's two acts. So it would be like if the public was, there's certain things that the public can inspect or look at. And basically what it is that we have to have all that information in a bank, like electronically on our website or whatever, somewhere that it can easily be searched.
Okay, so that's not like you're doing it. They can't search your personal bank.
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's where my confusion.
Yes, yeah. Currently it's just because it's new. We're kind of working through reviewing the new requirements and the details to ensure compliance with the new legislation. So it's going to take a little bit as more training comes available. We'll be taking a few courses already, but yeah. Just touch.
The public has our email addresses, they have our phone numbers. What more would we be giving them?
It would be also all different types of information, like, so the information that's collected or that can be requested in the previously through FOIP, there actually has to be like a data bank. All of that information, we have to be able to search it up in a data bank quite easily now. Where before it would take sending an email to staff. You know, so if somebody did a FOIP request, we'd be searching the records, you could be searching boxes, sending, getting people to scour their emails, where a lot of this information needs to be held electronically.
Okay, I think I misinterpreted where it was not necessarily the councillors, this is the public body, which is council.
Correct. Sorry if I misunderstood or made that a little bit. I'm still trying to get my head wrapped around it a little bit too, so.
Sure, okay, that makes sense now, thank you.
Yes, sorry, yes.
No,
Yeah.
nothing that you said, it's just that I couldn't.
That's a good question. The next update is.
Through the chair, just so everybody understands, there are some fairly significant negatives to the new bill, or the new bills. However, there are some positives as well. The FOIP legislation was pretty clear that when somebody FOIPed or sent a FOIP request, we had X number of days to deal with it. We really had no discretion as to whether or not it was something we could or couldn't send unless it was clearly legal or clearly a personnel issue. The new legislation gives much more flexibility to the municipalities and to the public bodies to determine whether or not the information will even be shared. So there is some greater flexibility in the new legislation. Unfortunately, it also comes with, to get that flexibility, we are going to have to create a privacy management program, and this database is part of that. There'll actually have to be a program created and managed by a staff member to ensure that all of the public information we hold and we're handing out when it's requested meets the legislation. So that PMP, which is going to be kind of like information, occupational health and safety, there'll actually have to be a management plan, what happens in the event that we accidentally give out personal information, how we would deal with it, how it's reported. We have to create that plan. We actually have 12 months from when the legislation was enacted, which is essentially going to be, I think it's May 31st of 2026. That legislation will have forced us by then to have this PMP in place. Like I said, there are some reductions or some increases in our flexibility, but there are some reductions in terms of how we manage that. We get flexibility if we manage our plan appropriately.
So just to piggyback on that, council will be hearing a lot about this as we progress through it and bringing back more information with it. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Just perhaps to share with council a practical example of what that personal information database may be, or the personal information bank is. One may come to the counter and they could request, say, what information does the county have using my personal information? And perhaps they've got a permit, a weed notice, they've applied for dust control and applied for a scholarship. And so what we'd need to do is kind of collect all those different avenues into one spot to be able to provide that person how we've been using or holding their information.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. As you can see, this was in Steve's portfolio, and he still helping me through it a little bit. The next slide up, as I'm sure you all are aware, the 2025 municipal election. So just a few highlights of dates that I'll remind everybody on. Election date is Monday, October 20th. Nomination period, of course, is now open, and it closes September 22nd at 12 noon. The candidate information packages are available online and at the county office. To date, one candidate has submitted their intent to run. Currently there's two have submitted their intent to run. And for any information with getting information packages and filling out your forms, please contact Sean Rooney at the county office. He is the returning officer. I'm the deputy. Communications are ongoing, promotion of key dates and vote methods, in-person voting confirmed. The advance vote, we're just going to be doing one advance vote here at the county office, and it will be held on October 4th. With that, I will turn it over to Sean for the communications update.
Thank you, Leslie Ann, and thanks for handling the election stuff. Communications, quarterly report. You're going to see some big numbers here. Don't get excited. As always, we ask people to keep informed through social media, through our website, by reading newspaper, that kind of thing. Here's the social media numbers. Again, don't get excited. These numbers are up a lot. Why would that be? Job posts and fire bans. Honestly, compared to the previous 90 days when I did my last quarterly report, there wasn't as much going on. That's pretty simple. This is what happens when we have a lot going on. We got a lot of job postings going on. Fire situation, we put out a press release actually during this meeting, but you guys, through the chair, deciding to do the state of agricultural disaster. That's going to get a lot of impressions. This is just the way it goes. Things flow up and down. Up 20% on our Facebook, up 16% on fire services. ECDEV, they're going to be ramping up now, so the next quarterly report, that number is going to be way up. It's just the way it is. So I think I alluded to those things last time I presented as well, if you remember. Top posts. There you go. There's the two. And if I remember correctly, I think their top post last time had like 30,000 views, for instance. So obviously very exciting. We had our Farm Family of the Year. Big story on that. Got lots of media play. Lots of people read it. Really, really positive thing. And then negative things happened too. We had that outage in Elkwater. And yeah, people are interested in bad news too. So it is what it is. Of course, also in communications, we do lots of special projects. Some of this stuff you've heard of. I would actually like to point out, Ag mentioned that they had like 13 social media posts. They have done an exceptional job with us in creating sort of a year-long campaign of having regular Wednesday posts, and I'm really thrilled with how that's been working out. They've been doing an exceptional job, and that's probably also part of why some of that stuff is up. Operations mentioned dust control video that we've got done. So you get to see lots of little things, lots of little special projects. People come, and we try to help them out and make sure that everybody's informed and getting what they need. Of course, advertising, regular back page ad in the Courier, with all the stuff that we're mandated to do, along with some extra stuff. ECDEV, Economic development gives us those spotlights, which are really well received and helps showcase the businesses in our community. And yeah, so that's continued to go very well. Media relations, didn't have time to update that with today's press release yet, but we've already got a couple media requests, so I'll be in touch with a couple of you after this. Yeah, and just, of course, relaying our in the news with all the local news that's going on. So that, I believe, is all I've got. And if anybody has any questions, we're here to listen.
Anybody have any questions?
Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes.
There you go. Did you video all that? Can we have that control? Okay, can I get a motion to accept the quarterly for, where were we here? Oh, Keith is making it? Or do you have a comment? Making the motion or voting?
Making the motion.
All right. For legislative service, second quarter report. Keith's made the motion. Any questions? Vote. That's carried. Boy, somebody votes, they vote pretty hard. Corresponding and information. Everybody had a chance to read all that?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. The only thing I would add is council also received via email, we'll be getting the official copies, but the update on the Highway 3 twinning project, so that was received as well.
That was sent out by email?
I believe.
Printed off.
Oh, it's in your packet.
Oh, it's in our file? Okay. I missed that one. Okay, any questions on the correspondence? Go ahead.
Will that be, the Highway 3 one be put on our website for people to see?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, no problem. Shane's making a motion to accept those reports of correspondence. Any questions on them? Vote. Carried. Reeve and council report. Mr. Hogan and I had a breakfast with MLA Wright. We went over some stuff that has been discussed going on in the county and that. He's just keeping us in the loop. There wasn't really much of updates that we can bring forward. Just keeping the communication going, which is good. So we could talk about it. Did the grand opening on Saturday. Beth was there. Our Dunmore Fire Department was there. That was good. We had some representatives there. Spent an hour or so with the owner. He's quite the character. He's got a pretty good business going there. So everybody was invited to for the tire shop out there, Integra Tire. That's about it. Well, we had MPC last week. Nothing major on there. That's about it for me. Shane, you want to start?
Sure. First of all, we had a very interesting regional landfill meeting where landfill was discussed. Our first cell we're using now, not our first cell, our new cell is being used. And the big news is that we turned our compost center, making a deal with Ampipar, they're a Brazilian outfit, to take over our compost center and run it. They have the dollars and the technology to make it more feasible. Right now, we're having a really hard time getting the plastic out of our compost when it comes in. We're just using I call it a tumble screener. And as it tumbles around, it's like a dryer. All the plastic gets stuck through the holes and it's really hard to screen out. There is a machine out there that can get rid of this plastic, but it is $1 million. So with taking on Ampipar, they're in charge of it. They got the money. They're going to be bringing in that machine. They love our area out there. They love our new compost center. They can expand it. They want to make it a regional compost center that Medicine Hat can bring their stuff there, their compost there. They're looking at different technology for different stuff. They have run landfills throughout the world, and they are very knowledgeable in this. So we are just in the process of signing a letter which will be giving them control of our contract, control of our compost center, which is, I feel, very good and moving forward, and it won't cost the county or Red Cliff any money. We should be making some money off of it. Because right now, when I sat there one day and watched, when the compost comes in, we put it on the pad, we flip it, we turn it, then we put it over in another pile to let it dry, and then we run it through the screener. So out of every bucket that went in, we may get 10% good compost. The other 90% was going back up into the landfill, and we did all that work. So it's going to become way more efficient. They love the area because they can expand. So that's really, I feel, really good news. Took a lot of calls on certain items, and Highway 41, it's frustrating because people, they don't understand it takes time for design and designing it, because they did a big announcement. The Premier, the Minister, our MLA were all at a big announcement at the Volker Steven shop one day, and they announced, that they would be redoing Highway 41 to Elkwater. A lot of people are frustrated. They don't see anything happening yet. So I'm just hoping that the government is listening and that it's not on the shelf. In Highway 3, people are still waiting to be contacted by the engineering firms because they want to make business decisions, and they haven't been contacted yet, and they seem to be dragging on since they had that meeting with them out at 7 persons going over the design of it. Another thing I'd really like to bring up, and which I found very interesting, I went golfing over in Cypress Hills Park on the Saskatchewan side. When you pull up to the booth, you got to pay $11 to get in. But right there is a sign. And it said, if siren is sounded, turn to channel 103.7 and listen for further directions. Now, we've been fighting with the people at our government in Elkwater to try to get safety measures in place up at Elkwater. And in light of what happened, down in Texas with the flooding and sirens, if they can have it across the border, stuff set up already on how to safety. I am so worried about a fire coming over that hill some night from a lightning storm, and we get caught. Because everybody's been sitting around, and we've been talking and talking, and talking and talking, and meeting, and no action. It really gets frustrating. The siren, turn to a channel that warned people that there's a fire coming. Because when you're down in the bottom, you can't see what's coming over that hill. So it's just, I don't know, I thought that was really good over on the Saskatchewan side, that they had that right there posted. Other than that, it was nice to see a bit of rain. And if anybody's interested in grasshoppers, I have quite a few for sale.
To dip them in chocolate.
Blaine?
I didn't have quite that busy a couple weeks as Shane had there, but we did have an Ag Service Board meeting on the 24th of June. Got wrapped up in grasshoppers, where we discussed a few policies, and then we discussed the farm family award people that were going to get a sign made up for them and stuff, so they're going to potentially go on the float in the parade, so that's kind of good. Yeah, other than that, I never had any calls on roads, I guess, because when it don't rain, the roads aren't too bad, so that part of my tenure has been pretty slow. I did have a request from the Dunmore Equestrian Society wondering if there's an availability to partner with the county to obtain charitable status, so that is something that we'll maybe have to discuss or look into and see if there is an availability or a possibility. Yeah, other than that, that's all I had going on.
Thank you. Richard?
Other than maybe half a dozen phone calls with ratepayers, questions on maybe what we're doing or what might be coming up, that was about it.
I signed checks for a couple times and just received an abundance of phone calls during this since the last council meeting. Most of it had to do with the state of emergency, stuff like that for the drought. There were a couple other things, nothing major though.
Sir Lloyd.
Well, thank you, sir. Mine was pretty good. A lot of calls, a lot of people about the satellite system. Explained that earlier, but they really like it. The community meeting, I got asked again about the siren on Elkwater. And that's the fourth guy that's talked to me about it. I have talked with one of the government officials from Lethbridge that runs the park and has told me no way. It will be a park problem, but as far as he is concerned, no. And that, so I don't know what the community center is going to do. And then a couple of calls on roads, and I have to thank Ken for answering his call as he was watching the ducks on the lake in BC and handled a little problem for me. That was very kind of you, sir. And that's about it.
I just wanted to mention, I just received a text right now saying, thank you very much for declaring the disaster. So I figured I'd share that with all of you.
Okay. Oh, Keith. I knew there was somebody missing. I was looking for him.
Yeah, no, I had an Ag Service Board on June 24th, back at the Economic Task Force meeting in the afternoon. I enjoyed both sessions. Got a phone call regarding the road maintenance going into a soil project. Public Works is able to help me out with that, get that all clarified. Other than that, she was pretty quiet.
Okay. Thank you, Keith. Okay. Well, now that the gentleman spoke for the regional meeting, I'm going to add a little bit to that because I was there, but I'm just an alternate on there. So that did go to the ICF meeting, or ICM. Man, I can never get this. They changed it so many times, I don't know what it is. But it's very interesting that we were able to bring that forward, especially with all the discussion that was going on in the city for composting. And now we have this company that's worldwide that's able to bring that technology here to this region. Hoping that we can work together with our neighbors and bring that forward. And I know we need food stock. That's what was discussed in that meeting. And that company discussed bringing it from Tabor, from Calgary, from Medicine Hat. They need more and more to make that composting work properly. So hopefully we beat that composting situation in the region and we can make that work for everybody. Is there anything else or any questions on the Reports? Not seeing any. Michelle's moving the reports. Vote. I gotta make her move stuff so she'll vote yes for a change. Blaine. Vote. Okay, that's carried. We don't need to go in closed, do we?
A very short report from Mr. Taves regarding mature asset program,
In closed?
please.
Okay. I need a motion to go in closed. Lloyd's making that motion. Vote. Thank you, guys. Have a good day. Motion is to pass the ICM minutes from April 10th.
Made that motion to pass the ICM meetings.
Blaine's making that vote. Carried. Meeting adjourned. He hung up on you.
He did.